And we're freaking off. Alright, so welcome to the stream. Today is a Monday and it's the start of the week. So normally you would think, okay, it's like, what is it, 10-11 a.m. over here, and I would be doing other stuff, but I've got some extra time to kill today because I'm pretty ahead in terms of the other stuff that I'm working on, so here's the stream. And besides, we've got a little bit of catching up to do because I was gone for the weekend. So, without further ado, let's dive into some Stream Raiders. Where is the damn thing? There we go. And where we left off last stream was just after a loyalty chest. We've got like 9 hours and 47 minutes remaining of the event. So I'm pretty sure that we can make it to the boss fight, and then we'll see from there, because I'm streaming more than what should be necessary to get there. Not 9 hours, mind you, but fairly close actually, possibly. We'll see, But let's dive right into this and then take a look at some Dyson Sphere Program after looking into some news, just to see if there's anything interesting on Steam. And I did have a little bit of a peek to see if there was anything there already. And there's at least something that, to me, is pretty interesting. So we'll take a look at that in a moment. Now I've got a quest for placing down barbarians, so I will do that. And since it's the first fight of the stream, I'm not gonna go too much into detail with fight planning, and as you can tell probably, we had a lot of help on the last loyalty chest map, so gotta be honest, I'm a little bit skeptical about this whole situation, but what can you do? Anyways, so let's just take a look at the old Steam here. So the thing that I was interested in was this Tailspire news over here. And then there's like a new Arc creature thing coming in. Okay. Oh, it's for the Lost Island. Cinemacrops. Or Cinemacrops? Alright. I do wonder how big the Lost Island map is gonna be, or is, or whatever. Don't even know if it's even playable. This new map is going to be huge. Arc Titan. Okay. Never heard about that before, so cool. And of course they have fan art as usual. For Tailspire, we have a new tile set? Or is it just additions to an existing one? Blah blah blah. Change the following levers that are animated. Miscellaneous weapons and food props. It's like a katana or something like that, and a mace. Inner corner tile for the sewer set. Yeah, I was thinking about that. So it's like for the sewer tile set, which means this is for pre-existing stuff. A flying dragon mini. Okay, I mean they already had a dragon mini in there, so you could just make it flying. Sure, it wouldn't look appropriate, but it would still be flying. And a shark. Okay, that's pretty cool. And then some traps, it seems, that are mounted on the sides. Like, I don't know if I'm ever gonna use those because of how Tailspire functions in terms of hiding and showing stuff, but I don't know. And then some game changes and fixes. Here's the animations in a GIF. Very nice. Animated stuff is always appreciated and stuff like this because, in case you don't know what Tailspire is, it's like a... What would you call it? Like, it's a tabletop system, or... No, what even is it? It's like a level creator, I guess, for tabletop systems where you move tokens around, like characters and stuff. So think D&D or other pen and paper style games that use a grid line pattern for combat. So that's what this is for. And having stuff like these animated means that I can sit as a GM and just perceive whatever it is the players are doing, and they say like, oh, I go over and activate this lever, which is just fine. Then they just run the animation, and then you see which one they are actually referring to. Like how the rest of the tool sort of works, where it's like, I'm attacking this orc over here, this orc archer, and then they can do an attack animation, though it doesn't subtract hit points and stuff like that because it's not integrated into the I guess you would call it game engine or whatever. But it does at least allow you to show the GM exactly who you're attacking. Then we had an update for Rustler. So they're getting like a DLC, in case you don't know what this is. This is like a GTA 2 but set in medieval times. So I've already played this. It was a little bit short in terms of content and duration, and a bit repetitive too, honestly. It was pretty well made, you know, it's exactly what you want, but you just want more out of it. That's the sad part, right? And indie game devs can only do so much that, you know, people are gonna want more if they do it good, but not to the level that people expect. But yeah, it is literally a GTA 2 set in like medieval times, so top down, that sort of experience, but 3D and such. So like, for instance, you still get wanted levels, but instead of a cop car, it's literally like a mounted police officer in plate mail that comes running on a horse, and it still has like the blue-red sirens in there, which is pretty funny. But no multiplayer, unfortunately. I do hope they do that at some point. Trailmakers has the usual weekly challenges for builds. Oh wow. This is also a Danish company, so making Trailmakers, that is. I actually happened to what do you call it? I was like at a talk or event thing with their, what was he called again? Like, not his name, but his like profession or whatever. He was basically doing market analysis, and he was sharing what he knew on how to do market analysis for video games. So at least have met one of the devs for this, or not devs, but one of the team at least. We've got some Dorfromantic stuff, some Oxygen Not Included updates. Okay, that's pretty cool. I like me some ONI. Haven't played it in quite a while, so they always seem to like add a lot of stuff to this game that change a lot of how you play the game, either making it easier or harder, especially like in the first many updates. It just made the game very, very hard. And then I do want to just quickly check on the workshop for RimWorld to see if there's anything of interest. So this is how I get my RimWorld mods news, or whatever you want to call it. I go by popularity because it saves me time. And I've already been through here and added some new things to the point where from our last stream when I returned to RimWorld, ironically enough, and some of the things that I've gotten on the workshop and what we experienced back then, I am highly contemplating actually making changes to the load order so that I take some of the mods that I had in there before out and some new ones in. Not necessarily mods that do the same thing, mind you. It's just that some of the stuff that was in my load order are a bit unnecessary, I feel. So I'm highly contemplating on starting over again, unfortunately, because that is what it's gonna take in order to make that happen as it is. There's just no way around it. Because if you start removing stuff from RimWorld, things start to break. And unfortunately also, one of the things that I'm contemplating removing is Puppeteer itself, because I've seen how it's been like super unstable for a lot of streamers, to the point where like I was told not to buy anything in the store for your pawn, or rather, I was told not to buy anything for my pawn through Puppeteer because it literally would break. It would break my connection to my pawn or something like that. So yeah, like basic functionality, if that's not working, then I unfortunately cannot be asked dealing with the issues. That, and streamers have gotten locked out to the point where Puppeteer just wouldn't work anymore midstream, meaning you'd have to reload the entire game in order for that to work, or for that to do anything. And I've also experienced hard crashes due to Puppeteer in the first place, with streamers losing game progress, which is really bad. So I am contemplating taking it out. And we get back into Dyson Sphere Program, and there's immediately an achievement. Okay, Employee of the Month. Upgrade allowing stores to carry 6 cargo at a time. Oh, okay. Because whoa, that research is going so fucking fast. Holy shit. What the actual hell? How's it going by so quickly? All of a sudden. It's like we're just eating up all the yellow gummies. Okay, this is a bit more normal, but this is still really, really fast though. Holy crap. Surely they can't keep this up. Nah. Right? Because they're like gonna be dependent on the yellows, I assume. Those are gonna be the main issue. Not really an issue, but the bottleneck, if you will. Which in turn, those are limited by these organic crystals, which maybe we should just expand this factory. I don't see why not. Because it seems like they have all the resources they need. It's just because it takes 1 billion years to craft this stuff. But yeah, today should be a rather longer stream, because I've got a lot of time on my hands. Fortunately for me, I guess. And this is consequently also the last week that I'm gonna be on this activation program thing with the job center, so after this week I have very little in terms of knowing what's gonna be going on next. Like, I know very little about it, so. And until I get into a meeting with my consultant again, you know, you can't really like arrange anything new in terms of activities, so I'm gonna assume it's just gonna be back to regular old job searching. At least for the time being. And I mean, preferably I would get a job. That's the whole point, right? So hopefully that will work out. But one of the things I'm going to be looking at is to see if I can secure funding for my own game projects while waiting for replies from places that I apply to. Wow, this is annoying. So that's the fractionator going all the way over. Okay. Thinking. But yeah, I'm very curious to see how that's gonna go, because you can apply for funding for your own projects and starting up a company here in the country, even if you're well established, as a matter of fact. And you can, since it's like funding through the government, as far as I know, to what do you call it, like expand culture and growth. It means that they also have to announce everyone that they're funding through the program, meaning that I can go in and just go through a list and see all the different companies that have been funded. And the reason why I'm mentioning that is because if you do that, you can see that some of the people getting funding are actually some of the larger companies in Denmark as well, when it comes to game development, of course. So there's like no reason why I shouldn't be able to make something that could get funded through that system. And I mean, once I'm on my feet and everything is running along in that sense, I've made my own job, hopefully. Like, that would be the dream, wouldn't it? Well, not really a dream, but something to aim for. Because it is achievable, it's just a matter of figuring out how. And as it stands right now, I do actually have a vertical slice of a video game that is out there for people to experience and give feedback on, so making, like, applying for funding should be fairly straightforward. And I do have some people that I can ask and consult in regards to this, because they've also made their own company and apply for funding, so they kind of know what it's about if I ever need that extra, or could ever use that help, that is. You know, connections, network, always useful. I'm just a fucking idiot to utilize my network because I don't know, there's just something that I've always wanted to try and accomplish things through, like, my own means. So I don't like relying on other people. Like, not because I don't appreciate the help, but I don't like relying on people and using them, right? Unless, even if they come forth and say, like, oh, just, you know, why don't you just use my network, right? Why don't you ask me, that kind of stuff. But still, I'm very conservative when it comes to asking for help. So the question here is, should I bury these two deposits because it's stone and coal? Stone can be utilized for a couple of things, but do I want to? Okay, tell you what, we'll set up some mines and then set up a station so that if I ever need stone or coal on this planet for a factory somewhere and do a local demand, then they will utilize these deposits as well. That sounds like a decent compromise. Crap. Der Lindener just placed an epic champion tank in Stream Raiders. Alright, thanks for that. Sounds very German. But then again, like, everything that stands with der it does sound German, doesn't it? You could always be mistaken though. Like, Dutch is very very weird because it's a little bit of a mix between German, English and Danish, so. And it's within the same time zone, so it's not completely crazy to consider that as a possibility. Just turning up the speakers a bit. Okay, there is sound in the game. I just forget sometimes that I've got it like way turned down, because otherwise slobs just blows your ears out. And I don't want to do that to you guys. At least not if I can help it. But yeah, I'm also, like, the stream today started a little bit is maybe an understatement. Not really. But it started a bit earlier than normal. I could actually have started it way earlier than normal, but I really needed to rest. I've been partying throughout the weekend. Went to my sister's 40-year-old birthday. And it was a pretty good party. It was Oktoberfest themed, so lots of booze, lots of food, and lots of people too. I got to see my siblings some of which I haven't seen for literally 2 years. Simply because they live relatively far away, so that if I want to go and visit them through public transit, It's just too expensive for me, unfortunately. So I have to like consider very strongly whenever I get an invitation whether or not I should go to that particular event, or if I should save the money for like another event that's gonna happen at some later point. Because if I wanted to go to all the events that they are like inviting me to, all the birthdays with all their kids and all that stuff, there's just a lot of... I wouldn't be able to do that, basically. I just wouldn't be able to afford it. So sometimes I decide to opt out and then wait for an event where I know that more of my siblings participate in, sort of to try and catch them all at the same time, right? Because otherwise there might be an event later down the line that I wouldn't be able to afford because I went to the other ones or at some earlier stage. So that is just how it is, unfortunately, but you know, what can you do? And it's always a good time when I get to see them, so... Had a very nice weekend. Alright, so these things here, I'm thinking we can... Because there's all this space here on the side of the planet, so instead of like forcing it through here and overriding those, or building it on top of deposits and whatnot, we'll try and do some readjustment to the belts so that they all get like moved down here. Should probably do... Whoa. Right. This is where we are. Should probably do all this before we build the thing. So the main... There's not really like any primary thing that we're trying to accomplish anymore in well, there is. There are still like some... I don't know why I said that. There are still some major things that we can aim for in Dyson Sphere Program. Because we haven't gotten an actual Dyson Sphere yet. We've built a Dyson Swarm factory, but the thing is that is only temporary, since they gradually deteriorate, although they do produce power. So in essence, they're kind of like a combustible fuel in some sense. I know it's not completely true because it's quote-unquote renewable energy, because you know, they just produce, I guess, some kind of solar energy. I actually don't know. I assume the Dyson Sphere Program thing is tied somewhat to science, but I don't actually know like how close to actual science, and if there's anything in terms of science fiction, you know? If it's just like, I don't know, what's it called again? Like interplanetary travel, where you're warping through time and space, right? Because that's currently science fiction, but some things that were fiction a couple of years ago is now, well, science. And I don't know if the concepts behind making a Dyson Sphere are grounded in reality, because in essence they're just like solar panels, but in space, so they're closer to the sun, which I assume means that they... oh shit, these are... I'm dumb. These are two different things. Crap. But yeah, I don't know if it like literally just means that it's solar power, but it's just more intense because it's closer to the sun. But then what makes it weird is that in order to collect the power from your Dyson Swarm and Dyson Sphere, you need to make like a structure that almost looks like a solar, like a miniaturized solar dish or whatever. So it's like these are supposed to like pull in concentrated energy from the Dyson Swarm and Sphere around the sun. And I'm not entirely sure how that how realistic that is. Because that means that all the stuff that gets pumped into space are just a bunch of light reflectors, I suppose. If anyone is like more well educated on the matter, I would like to know actually. I'm sure Tumbling Satellite would have a bit more insight. He seems like someone that's into that kind of stuff a bit more than me. I mean, I could Google it myself, but just haven't gotten around to doing that yet. Okay, so this is stone supply, and this one is coal supply. There we go. So now that is at least available for the network, and I might even have to remove this rearmost factory, unfortunately. I have a suspicion that this is gonna, at least if I run the belts along the ground, it's gonna be a little bit questionable. Yeah, this is not... Oh, actually, maybe I can make it work. I've noticed though that they have kind of run out of materials too, so I might have to do some expansion of another factory in order for this to even matter in the long run, but for the time being at least. And this is part of why I don't really like making these factory expansions where they're disjointed like this. Because not only does it take a while, like a hot second, to sort of... Wait, what? Collide with other objects? Huh? Oh, crap. Ah, fuck. There's nothing I can do about that. So the reason why it's saying collide with other object is because over here the buildings can be closer together, but as soon as I take this factory layout down to the other spot, they have to be further apart. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just start with a single segment and then we'll use that as like a template for the rest. Doesn't really seem like there's much else I can do. So if we plonk that down there, that should be okay, right? Okay, so this is gonna be some weird snaky snake stuff. I have a hunch it might be the easiest to start with the outmost belt and then work my way inwards. And we're running out of fuel. Okay, got a little bit of coal on me, but it's not really gonna last long. There. Should have a graphite factory here. There we go, that's much better. We are completely out of power now though. So we should probably build one of these stations here. Just so I can refuel without using actual combustible fuel. Can't exactly slap a bunch of solar panels onto our mech and call it a day. Okay, that's at least something. Yeah, I was actually contemplating streaming when I got home yesterday, but then when I did finally get home, which didn't actually take too long, but when I did get home, I was having second thoughts. For sure. I was just so demolished. So even though I had the interest in streaming, I didn't quite have the energy. So I thought, nah, let's just wait for tomorrow, aka today instead. This is why these transitional areas is such a pain in the ass. Get you down and up there. Okay, and then we just have this stuff. Come on. Stream Raider says it's ready with 13 units. Okay. I have my doubt that it's gonna be enough, but we'll see if the 2 epic units and and everyone else combined can actually do enough. I'm contemplating on cursing the enemy, but do we have any healers in support units? No. Well, we have a monk, but don't think he's gonna make us last awfully long. But let's try and see if a stronghold can't help us. It would be either that or a curse. Or maybe even melee damage, but those are more like... those are a little bit weird. And then there goes the Centurion, who's supposed to like buff everyone with defensive stats. I mean, at least he's going for a buff, but and he did get it, but he's gonna get harassed by that referee, so he's doing his best to outrun the debuff. Yeah, the buff's definitely helping us out, but there's a lot of enemies still. My barbarian is gonna kick the bucket. There we go. So the epic units are down, but we still have 2 buffed units. Nothing to heal us with, but it seems like the hooligans are all that's left. Wow. Okay, so getting those buffs was definitely key to this victory. Holy shit. Alright, well, I won't complain. Less guns and Queen Bean, you get both a Buster Scroll. Thanks for the help, everyone. And this is the second chest before the boss battle, so if you stick around for like a total of an hour or so, you'll be, or for another half an hour, you'll at least be participating in the boss battle. And for the boss battle, I'll probably put down a legendary unit. Right now though, what could we utilize? I could put down a healer, but what does the paladin do again? Healing bonus. So paladins don't really do anything without healers, okay? I do think I'm gonna put down a centurion over here. I don't think I've ever had the need to like, oh, that's not what I wanted. Had the need to like utilize this purple space. I think the idea is that you can like utilize that space as like a backup force if you have a lot of viewers, so that, oh, this is like the front line that goes in and attacks first, and then if they when they're like in need of reinforcements, then the secondary main force like comes in or whatever. But that's like far beyond what's ever gonna happen on my streams. Oh, hey sister, I just see you in there between the 2 notifications. Just got here and you're sleepy. Well, it's also that time in the US, right? So It's no wonder. And unfortunately, like, I can't stream until the late evenings at the current point in time because I have to get up very early in the morning, so it's just not in the cards these days, I don't think. There's not really much to do about it. But this is the last week on the program that I'm on, so after that I can return back to my normal sleep schedule if I want to. Which, let's be honest, I'm probably gonna, even though, you know, in theory you should say like, I'm just gonna like stay on the same schedule or whatever. Okay, let me just count this. 3, 6. There we go, right? Fuck. One too many, that's okay. So I hope you're doing okay, sister. I haven't seen you around much, neither in my chats or in other people's streams. So hope you're doing okay. We're just playing some Dyson Sphere Program here today. It's kind of what I've been doing the last many streams, because there's just something like, I want to return to RimWorld on a more consistent schedule before I go back, and unfortunately that's just not possible at this point in time. And I'm just honestly a little bit tired of also dealing with long loading times, mods that break down, and configuring everything. Because even right now with my current load order that I've worked on for a very long time to try and get right, it's just not exactly working at 100%. There's still some things that are not working as they should. We've been busy and her sleepy for a couple of weeks. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, we're also like out of the summer period right now, so I assume that a lot of people are going to be more busy this time of the year. And it's always such a weird like misconception, right? Because when I started streaming, it was right at the beginning of summer, so everyone who popped by had plenty of time to watch the streams. And there's like a lot of people that were regulars back when we were doing RimWorld that I haven't seen for literally months at this point. So I hope they're all doing okay, but they're probably just busy with other things. Like, what else would it be, right? But it's also given me the opportunity to try out some other games to see how well they do in terms of streaming. Because I play a lot of different things, and I want to share more different things than just playing one thing over and over and over and over again. And I know for a fact that whenever you stream RimWorld, it's just TTK or Puppeteer just draws a crowd in. Like, it just does that naturally. But it's also very taxing in terms of time to do that, like play with TTK. And though RimWorld is a very great game and you can mod the shit out of it, there's still some limitations on what you can do in there. Yeah, so this is the thing that's like keeping back the organic crystals, and you can see like this is just creating a cascading problem of trying to reorganize the factory into this other place. Because this is another like, what, 8 belts that I somehow have to route around this copper deposit. And it's not like I can't do it, but by doing that, you know, it would cross over all the other things too. So you have to be very considerate that whenever you do this kind of stuff, you don't like screw yourself over. I think for this, it's okay. Because the silicon refinery and all that stuff is well sized, I would say. and the graphite factory is sort of the same thing. And I can even expand that a couple times before, because they, you know, the furnaces don't really take up a lot of space, so it's not as big a deal as with these freaking things. Ugh. Okay, this should be good. So while we're at it, let's also copy this across. There we go. But I assume that's also why you're tired, sister, is because you've been busy. It usually goes hand in hand that whenever you're actively doing a bunch of stuff, you get tired, right? And I've also been very tired these last couple weeks. I've been participating in this job search activity or whatever, unemployment activity, where I've been working half the week and then receiving education for the other half of the week and doing exercises. And that involves getting up 6 a.m. in the morning, so considering my normal time schedule, I usually get up at, what would that be? At like 10 a.m. is what it's been for the last 3 years mostly. For the most part, like if I want to stay consistent. Yeah, and it's 5 a.m. over there too. Like that doesn't help, so. But maybe you should just go to bed then, Sistra. I won't complain. But yeah, getting up that early throughout the week has just completely been demolishing my my sleep pattern, to the point where I had trouble falling asleep and then trouble staying asleep, mostly actually. I would wake up like an hour before I had to get out of bed, and you know, that happening on one day is, you know, manageable, but it's happened consistently throughout the weeks, so that starts taking a toll and accumulating to the point where it's like near the end of the week I just have to like almost take a 3-hour nap when I get home, because I just can't stay awake. Just can't stay awake. But fortunately, like, next week is the last week of this program, so as far as I know, I don't have any obligations to stay up or get up at 6 a.m. afterwards, other than out of personal interest. But as far as I am aware, the jobs that I really want to apply for usually don't require you to get up at 6 a.m. So that's why I'm okay with it. Getting up later, that is. I'm also waking up a little bit today though. Got like 6 hours of sleep yesterday because of the party that I was to. It was pretty much like waking up a little bit with a slight hangover, nothing too serious, like no headache or anything, just a little bit groggy and tired. But then having to like get breakfast and get ready and pack my things and get out of the door so that I could catch a train, so that I could sit for an hour and a half, or not an hour and a half, closer to 1 hour, and then be back home. So not too terrible in terms of public transit, but I don't know. I don't really consider our train seating to be the most comfortable in the world. is that they've got like that weird rigidity to it where you can't really like get comfortable, like how do you explain it? Like you always end up slumping over because it's just like a straight seat or whatever. So although it is cushioned and stuff, it's just not great for like long distance travels. For an hour it's okay, but 5 hours, which I've done on multiple occasions, it gets kind of unpleasant, honestly, to sit in those chairs. Or not chairs, but you know, seating areas. So I am not a fan of long distance public transit. Because even if you want to try and sleep, you just can't get in a comfortable position to actually do so. Okay, it seems like we actually do need to like make more plastic factories. I'm not surprised because it does take 3 seconds to make one piece of plastic, and due to the way I've set this up, it means that technically I need, how many would that be? Because they are double laned, so that would be 1.5 times. It's actually not that bad. But yeah, 1.5, so 50% more than what the belts can handle, which is 30 items per second, so that would be 45 factories. Like, or would it be columns or lines? Because they're in a line and then columns, I guess, if you look at it this way. So 45 columns worth of factories. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we've got 12 columns right now. So we can do like several times that before we reach the max capacity for this setup. Which is good, because that means I can move it around and just extend it without having to like hook up multiple inputs in some other weird location. Because that's kind of what you want to avoid, right? So if we put that in there, all the drones are already eager to get building. Let's just charge up before we go over there. But yeah, I would say we're doing pretty good on this factory. Don't even know how well we're consuming or producing power. Okay, 1 gigawatt. And we're producing barely 500 megawatts. Interesting. Where's all that extra power coming from though? Because this is only the local planet. So it's gotta be the Dyson Sphere stuff. Well, that and I guess we also have combustible fuel going on. But we've got our solar farm, we've got our Dyson Sphere ray receivers on one end of the planet. We also have them on the other side. But beyond those, the only other thing we're doing is we're burning off deuterium as a fuel here. Just to keep everything going. Okay, they're actually all fueled, surprisingly enough. But the question is it backing up though? If the deuterium is not backing up, then this is not going to stay like this. Of course, these generators only consume fuel based off of the power needs, so as I build more factories, they're going to consume fuel more rapidly. But as I build alternative fuel sources, it's going to diminish as well, so that's one part of it. It also means that if we start running out of materials, they will do the same. Because then they obviously don't have anything to build with. Okay. Let's try and see if we can't get this bloody thing moved around here. Oh, you're going to bed. Alright, sleep tight, sister. Thanks for popping by, too. it warms my heart to see someone coming in, even if it's just for a couple minutes. Because that tells me you haven't quite entirely forgotten about me. Anyways, good night, sister. Later. Okay, and this one also goes that direction. Whoops. That could have gone really wrong very quickly. Getting like the wrong material on a different belt. That could have been pretty bad if I wanted to go through and like try and figure out where it landed up. I'm not too sure how long I'm going to be playing Dyson Sphere in the long run. I have some things that I want to try and achieve. There's the achievements too, as well. But beyond that, there are some things I want to achieve. I mean, obviously, want to get to the point where we're making white-colored science. Just as one thing. Because that basically means that you're in endgame and have unlocked everything else. But beyond that, there are different types of planets. There are different types of suns as well. And though I have started on another save building a Dyson Sphere, I in no way ever finished actually building it, you know. I queued it all up and then I was like, okay, well, I don't really need all this power seemingly, like everything is running just fine as far as I remember anyway. So I was like not really feeling like sticking around just for the sake of building the Dyson Swarm or Dyson Sphere, sorry, because like though there is a way to transport power from one solar system to another, at its core the Dyson Swarm is like best working for the solar system in which you build it, right? So if you went to another solar system to build another factory there and you wanted to utilize a Dyson Swarm as well, you would have to it would probably be easier to build a Dyson Swarm in that solar system. You can also make accumulators and then charge them up on the, like in your main solar system where you have your main Dyson Swarm and or Dyson Sphere at that point, I guess. But I don't know how efficient that is, because you need power to charge the logistics vessels that are utilized for actually transporting the set power in both ends of the journey. You need to make warp fuel because you're going through from one planet to another. So and you need that for every single ship, which also takes a ton of power and resources to craft. And then on the other end, of course, you need to charge it all back and then move it. Well, actually, I guess you wouldn't really need to. You could just do it in one, like a one-directional thing. You would, I guess your logistics vessels would return still, but that makes me think of something I'm not entirely certain about. Because you also eventually need to move your accumulators back again. And when a logistics vessel goes from A to B, I don't think it ever, like, it's never really occurred to me until now, but I don't think they like ever, literally ever bring anything back with them when they're going, they've been somewhere else. So it's not like the logistics vessels that come along with the actual charged accumulators will also take back the uncharged ones. I'm fairly sure that they just return back empty-handed, and then you rely on another logistics vessel from a different station to transport the uncharged accumulators, which means that for each accumulator that you want to move back and forth, you actually need to charge 2 separate logistics vessels, which means if you're just sort of laying it out, means that you need to charge logistics vessel 4 times in order to move 1 accumulator. Of course, they don't just move 1 accumulator, you know, they can move a full stack at a time, but... Or actually, no, wait. It's different, right? It's not even set up that way. It can be more, right? Yeah, because they have a carrying capacity of 400, then maybe it is feasible. And as you go up in upgrades, they eventually carry more and more, so... What was once required for you to use 4 logistics vessels to do can eventually maybe be done by 1? I don't know. I actually don't know how... Is there this is my inventory capacity, would be down here. Logistics carrier capacity. So this is the one that upgrades the logistics carrier capacity. Yeah, okay, so you can't. There's no infinite logistics carrier capacity upgrade. Because otherwise it would have the infinity symbol underneath. You can do it for a lot of other stuff though. Wait, so this one is infinite. -6% ore consumption. Can you make the ore veins infinite? Are these like additive? Or are they multiplicative? So it's -6% of the baseline, or is it like -6 plus -6 plus -6% of the baseline? Because then eventually this would get to -100%. And -100% of anything is going to be 0, right? I wonder. Can't upgrade the carrier speed though infinitely. Is there anything? What else do we have? There's a ray transmission efficiency, so you can upgrade that infinitely. Drone engine can be upgraded infinitely, so the build drone, oh my god, I wonder what that's like if you add like a ton of upgrades. The amount of drones you have can be upgraded infinitely. How much energy you can store and generate it can be upgraded infinitely. I'm a little bit wondering about that one though, because I never understood how this works. Increases recovery speed of mecha core energy. The higher the fuel chamber's power, the faster the mecha converts fuel into energy. Okay. So it's a matter of how fast you convert it into energy. So if we look at these energetic graphite, they produce a total energy of 6.75%, meaning that if we upgrade the mecha's speed at sort of refining this into energy, then we just go through the stacks much faster. But I don't think you can ever upgrade this inventory. So if you upgraded it enough to at some point be almost instantaneous, like you just constantly have to fuel your mech in order to keep it supplied with power, I guess. Because the energetic graphite is, you know, when I'm standing still, it's not using any of that. So it's only when you're actually utilizing energy. But I don't think there's no efficiency upgrades for your power consumption, so you never reduce the amount of power used. And because there's like infinite upgrades for how many drones you can control, and each time they build something, oh nice, that does work, okay. And each time a drone wants to build something, it's there we go, right? Yeah. it consumes power, you're eventually going to be kind of sort of screwed over. Because the factories up here can be much more densely packed than the ones right below. Yeah. That's a little bit annoying, but surely, right? Surely it's not just oh. Okay, we can actually make use of this. It's not the end of the world. It's just gonna take a little bit of managing. I guess the reason why I ended up placing them so far apart was because the original blueprint couldn't just be pasted across. It said that they were overlapping. So I assumed that meant they needed that extra tile space, but it turns out they didn't. That's not a biggie. We can just tear these apart and copy things over fairly well. Though it does seem like I will have to go back and... oh god, I'm full of all this stuff. Okay. Just erase all the litter, thank you very much. We're probably just gonna put this in a box around here. Since this is where it's being utilized, I don't see any reason to put it anywhere else. Okay, now we're just gonna wait for a drone to come and help us. Build it. There we go. Okay, now we have space again, but I was noticing that the chemical refineries or plants or whatever, they were being whitened out, which means that I've run out of my inventory supply of those particular structures, so... and we're also running out of belts, so... might as well restock on this. Actually, let's set this up to 20 stacks. Because now that we're copy-pasting large factory layouts like this, we're just burning through it so quickly. If I remember correctly, they're here. There we go. This is also what drives our power consumption up greatly. Well, I say that and it's hardly even noticeable at the moment, but... these factories that produce the actual buildings, they're a little bit on like a more sporadic power consumption schedule. Because obviously they craft stuff until the chests are full to what I set them to be. And then they just stall until I start going over and or return to pick them up. So let's plonk down our mech here and then take a look at Stream Raiders. With 37 units, alright, so assuming that we can do something in terms of the same numbers on the next fight, I'm very certain that we can do well. And Sister is in here with a vampire, nice. Try and make the most out of it. They are pretty high level, these dudes, so... don't know if this is gonna be worth it, because all the majority of enemies are up there, and I can't call where they're gonna be by the time we take out these dudes down here. Hopefully they'll make it down to us so that we can make the most out of this buffing. Seems to be working okay so far. Yes. The majority of our melee units went up to take out the main force. Then we've got a bunch of these wingers and hooligans. Though they did take out the melee units, we do still have some remaining here. And all our ranged DPS. Yeah, we've lost almost all our melee units, but it does seem to me like we've actually won this still. Good job. Alright. So, Rusty Subligar and Der Lindener. You get some rewards here. And then we're off to the boss battle. Alright. Wow, Diamond 2 badge. Wow. Stuff I don't really care about. But we're off to the boss. And this is a loyalty super boss chest. So, the good rewards. I will plonk down this unit. This legendary unit. Well, let me just do like this for the time being. We'll see how this is gonna go. So bring your friends, because this is where all the good rewards come from, right? I hope this is more than enough space. I always get like surprised to see how many people join in on these. Okay, so we should be able to take this and just drag a line across. Okay. Okay, so down here I can't. Oh, that's why. Oh man, that's really annoying. For a couple of reasons. So one is that it's really annoying because asymmetry, right? One side would be more densely packed than the other. But that's not the main reason why it's annoying. The main reason why it's annoying is because it kind of screws over the overview that you normally get if it's, you know, symmetrical on both sides. Because I could have made one side more compact than the other and it would have worked, and you know, you could copy the blueprint across, yada yada, it would work just fine. But it does make it like there's literally not much reason or point to it, because the belt where everything, or the side where everything is more distanced apart, still has to be able to like make as many things or supply as much stuff, or whatever however you want to pull it, as the one where it's more closer together. So even though you could make one side be more compact than the other, you would still need to make the one where everything is spaced apart like longer in order to compensate for the lack of space. And it's not like the little extra space, or the extra space that you save on one side will be used on another factory, most likely. So it's just easier if you just harmonize your designs so that they can like be copied across without any afterthought. Now this seems to be running just well. Can probably expand this no problem. So we have all the plastics going in. Okay, and then we have all of this. Yeah, okay. So all the yellow signs is of course being stalled right now, making it impossible to tell if there's anything that can make use of an of what am I saying? Like if this increase in production that we're doing is even necessary. That's what I was trying to get across. Like, would it even make any sense to expand the factory further until like later, maybe? I think that might be all the science research we can do in under upgrades. Still have a bunch of stuff in here though. I think we were trying to make purple science, these information matrices as well, which require fiber and processors, and that's why you need a lot of processors. I remember now. In order to make fiber, we need that carbon nanotubes and the green crystals. Now, we don't have the green crystals yet. We can make those as the next thing, though. But we have the carbon nanotubes. Okay, well... go in here. There should be a recipe for it. Yeah, so silicon. Can use silicon for that. Which I probably want to do because we also need warp fuel if we want to get any other fancy materials later down the line. Okay, so this factory over here is producing silicon plates, but obviously that's going to be used for some of the local things, right? Yeah, all of this stuff. Which, ironically enough, is our processor factory, which is also going to be required for the thing that we're aiming for. How are we doing over here, though? It's looking very slim on the iron side. Why is that? Okay, this is why. Okie dokie. So we're just harvesting local iron and sending it both ways here. Fair enough. Well, we can actually... I think it's okay to do this. Completely disconnect this whole thing and revert the direction for these. Because eventually I do want to get rid of that iron. I don't want it to go to waste if we don't have to. But right now, this entire factory, let's just remove it. Because there's literally no reason to have it. Because I do remember that we set up an iron ingot factory on the other planet. On another stream, I don't remember if it was last one, but... we should be able to just hook that in over here. But the question is, do we want to? I guess for the time being, yes. So these are gonna need copper and iron. Are we even getting copper in here? Yeah, it's coming from the opposite direction, so we are okay. Well, I suppose we just set one of those down. Power it up. This is also where a lot of the power gets deposits it, sort of. So if we say iron ingots and we say local storage and remote demand, then they should start popping in. Yes. See you later. And then that should do the trick. Both supplying these circuits with iron, but also these circuits over here with iron. I don't think those are not being shared anywhere, are they? They're just going straight across. Oh, they are being sent over there, but... oh yeah, we're outputting it towards two different belts here. I see how it works. And now we're making processors here again, at least. But I really need to make this whole factory setup in a bit of a better position, somewhere with a little bit more space, and then just move the materials in instead. Because there's no reason to try and fight the sign restrictions around here, and then just keep this as it is because this is being used for other things, but then make like a separate factory for the exact same stuff somewhere else. Yeah. I think that's just how it's gonna have to be. But now they're at least working again, so there's gonna be a little bit of maintenance until all that stuff is like looking good again. It's probably not necessary, but we're gonna do it anyways. Blueprint 3000 facilities. Very nice. Okay, well, then let's make that a dedicated factory for all of this stuff, and then so instead of banking off pre-existing stuff, we should probably just make it from scratch, eh? What about this sort of situation here? All these stone deposit stuffs are empty, so let's just do a bit of cleanup. Oh, that's annoying. It's like a single thing. Okay. We'll remove that, and then we'll completely demolish that silicon factory. Because now that we have actual silicon mines, there's no reason to keep it. I do want to get rid of that. I know I could just build like foundations over it to get rid of it, but we've gotten this far, so let's just do it properly, eh? Since all the resources in that regard are finite, as far as I know, unless the aforementioned thing with you know, infinite harvesting speed being possible, then yeah, I don't know. We can just delete all of this. All of this madness can go away eventually too. What about here? Because we're feeding stone in from over there. I'll probably leave that for the time being until that's been emptied out as well. So we can't quite get rid of this factory yet, but we're close. Yeah, it's like coming from way over here. And a lot of this stuff isn't even connected to anything either, so again, because they've run out of stone to mine. I mean, making silicon that way is like super expensive, so in terms of stone, so it's no surprise that they'd run out of stone real quick. Then we can also eventually get rid of all these, so that would be nice. Not really like it matters awfully much. I mean, this is literally the first planet anyway, so it's no biggie. No biggie at all. But yeah, these are just going to be chugging along, converting it into a little bit of silica, which are going to be fed into here, which is already utilizing and getting silica from somewhere else, so it's not really an issue. So what do we have here? I am contemplating on doing some stuff in regards to this oil, though. Have a plan. It's nothing like super complex by any means. It's just a little bit of optimization in terms of space. Because I just realized that although we cannot move the oil veins themselves, if we build their profile to be like streamlined towards the length of the planet, maybe that might be a better idea. And then just having like a separate like what would you even call it? Oh yeah, logistics station. That's what it's called. Wow. Separate logistics station for each of these drills. Instead of having belts going across, then there's also going to be less clutter. Hopefully. Okay, and then supply oil. Charge it up real quick. I'm not too afraid of just chucking them full of drones, even though they're never going to utilize it. It just means that I'll basically, it's a set and forget kind of thing, right? So I never have to go back and worry about whether or not I put enough drones in and then eventually just chuck in any more after all. So, and it also means that if for some reason the oil somehow manages to stack up temporarily, if there's like a sudden explosive need for oil, all the drones can like very rapidly move it across without putting a huge strain on the logistics system, at least. It's gonna drain a fuck ton of power, but other than that, it should be okay. And we have all this lovely space to work with. Hey, Tumbling Satellite. Northern friend, how goes the Dysoning? It's going pretty well. I'm currently contemplating on how to make a factory setup for the, what's it called, purple science, where you need the green crystals, these crystal silicon thingies. But you also needed the high purity silicon and stuff, because you needed like processors for it. And the current factory setup is just cramped in with everything else, so I think it's easier to just build a new factory. Took you half the planet, really? Interesting. Is that just because of how it needs like... Because it's not really that hard to make. It needs the fiber stuff, which is just... Like, I've already got most of these things, so... Because I bloody suck. Well, that's you, not me. Saying it, that is. I've also done some dumb fuckery this time around because I wanted to utilize some ore veins over here. Silicon you import from another planet. Yeah, that's definitely what you want to do. Definitely. I just expanded my my plastics factory and organic crystals factory, but because there was all of this stuff in the way and I didn't want to like completely remove it, I just ended up building the belts around it. But you know, that's the kind of stuff you really want to avoid, because just look how much space it takes up, right? All of this lovely space. But I wanted to make use of this copper, so here we are. And I am already making carbon nanotubes somewhere. It's just a matter of where it was. But I'm making it. Oh yeah, that's terrible. Hide its own factory. Oh yeah. Yeah, I had some time today to actually stream from earlier in the morning because I don't really have much else to do on Mondays, so... But yeah, this is like this is literally all of my processor factory as far as I know. So it's just been, the whole thing's just been running off this little stuff. So I can't really expand it because it's crammed in here. And as such, I need to like build it somewhere else. So even though things are fairly well grouped together and organized, there's still some places where there's a couple limitations on what I can do. This is graphene over here. Yeah, I can't even remember where the freaking carbon nanotubes are at. Did you also make like a massive fractionator setup, or did you just do like the particle collider thing? Because I find that these are more power efficient as far as I know. Even if they're like more random, they're still like cheaper to make and run. Particle collider? Okay. Isn't it like super expensive to run though, and doesn't it still take like forever? Those are the fractionators, those are not the particle colliders though. This is the particle collider, right? I haven't even started building these yet, I don't think. So I need them for the strange matter thing. Spool up. Okay, yeah, I can't remember how these function. But the fractionator setup is like... I usually do that instead of the other one because... I don't know. This is literally the only thing that this building does, so... It seems to work just fine. Got plenty of deuterium sort of stored up. Everything else is going over into an overflow for power generation just over here, but yeah. I mean, it works. And I'm utilizing the whole like priority thing, so if I start using the deuterium for other things, then these generators are just not going to be used. Can't remember how they really work. These fractionators? They're fairly simple. They just take hydrogen in through the sides, like so, and then there's a percentage chance of converting it into deuterium. And it's like a ratio, it's like about a 1% chance every time. So it's like a ratio between how many things have succeeded into becoming converted and which things have just been passed through. So the second number is all the hydrogen that's passed through it to date, as far as I know. And the first number is how much deuterium it has converted. So if I understood it correctly, as the second number builds up, the percentage increases. So that's why it's not the same for all of these buildings, right? The percentage goes up and down. And then it outputs the deuterium in the middle. So you just pass the hydrogen through like about 100 or so of these, and then there's at least, you know, a 1 in 100 chance about that it gets converted, or there's a fairly high likelihood of it maybe being converted by the end. But I mean, you can see there's still some hydrogen that's being passed through, and then that just gets sent all the way back through like a splitter, where the way that's configured is to prioritize the overflow rather than the main input, so that I make sure that that line never gets stuck. That's the main thing. And then I've got some contingency buffers here for hydrogen, which are just empty right now. But that's mostly if my hydrogen production starts increasing, that gives me time to like fix the rest, because as soon as your belts with hydrogen clog up, the whole thing just stalls, right? Because if you can't pass hydrogen through these things, you can't make deuterium. And if you can't make deuterium, you can't get rid of the hydrogen. So, didn't go for fractionators, straight for particle colliders. Oh, wow, okay. Force you to filter and use the brain and such? Not really. You just have to pass it through a long-ass system and then send it back, really. And the deuterium that comes back just gets prioritized into these buffer storage containers, because you use that for like what was it again, in the fractionator to make actual like fuel with. No, the particle collider, sorry, because that's used for this recipe. So yeah, energy 9 megajoules is what this produces, and this produces how much? No, wait, this is not for fuel. I'm a dumbass. I'm pretty sure you can use it for fuel too, right? I mean, you can use the deuterium itself, but I believe for making actual fuel somewhere. I just can't remember where it's located at. Because this is something else. There's the antimatter fuel rods, but that uses hydrogen, so oh well. Yeah, I guess I don't have the fuel necessarily unlocked. Because this is the warp fuel. That's what you need that thing for. This is green science and, well, space warper stuff. Whatever it's called. Ah, this is the one. I never figured out how to pronounce this, but I'm just pronouncing it deuteron fuel rods. So this is where you use the deuterium for fuel. It's like 600 megajoules. And 300% fuel chamber generation, which is the most important part of it. But it does require a lot of stuff to make, so it's not cheap. So I'm still running off energetic graphite though, and then just have these periodic stations where I can fuel up my mech for power from the local system. Currently only producing 700 and something megajoules. Earlier it was like 1 gigajoule. We just hit that, so it was literally just all these ray receivers on one end and solar panels and ray receivers on the other. So nothing too fancy. And then the deuterium being overflowed into the generators for combustible fuel, which does work. It's just not like efficient, but whatever. I guess it's essentially free fuel, right? Because the oil deposits work like in Factorio, right? Can't see. Can't even... Oh, there's one here. I don't think I ever figured this out because it says it halves after 11.32 hours of continuous mining. Does it keep doing that? Does it mean that... I guess it slowly diminishes towards 0? Because if you halve it all the time, then it's gonna have less or increasingly less impact, right? I don't know. By the way, Tumbles, maybe you can explain. Do you know if the whole Dyson Sphere and Dyson Swarm concept as a whole is like something that we can realize, you know, in reality? Not just as like a video game concept? Because until Dyson Sphere Program, I never had heard about a Dyson Sphere before. Not viable without warp. Okay. So what does that mean? It's been a concept since the 60s. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, from a dude named Dyson. Is it the same dude that's like now on all the... for like the vacuum cleaning stuff? Like the Dyson vacuum cleaners and such? Is that coincidentally the same like namesake? Not the same. Yeah, I was also about like wondering that because that seems like a little bit of a jump, you know. Then again, you never know. Freeman John Dyson, British American theoretical and mathematical physicist, mathematician and statistician. Oh god. You know what I mean. Known for his works in quantum field theory. So it was kind of a thought experiment. Aha. Yeah, and in this game the lore is that they need power to fuel like the center brain or whatever they call it, which is just like a master server that keeps afloat the remaining consciousnesses of everyone. And coincidentally in this virtual space there's a rising need for power consumption or a rising power consumption still because people still procreate digitally or whatever it was, and as such they still need like, well, they technically still produce more people and whatever else is used to simulate their current existence. So as far as I remember, yeah, it is kind of interesting, right? And you're just like I didn't quite ever catch that, but I'm pretty certain that the Icarus is technically speaking just an automated thing, right? So no humans involved. And you're just technically one of many Icaruses, and hence the whole Milky Way galaxy map thing that they implemented, I think, is the idea. It's a great Wikipedia page on the Dyson Sphere with its different levels. The swarm being the first one is a very interesting read as a thought experiment. I mean, of course it would be. I mean, otherwise we wouldn't have an interesting game like this come out of it, right? So in that sense, like, I guess the game is also like spreading awareness of this theory in some weird ways. It's kind of funky how that works, eh? Fair enough. Stellaris did it too? Okay. I don't think I've ever played Stellaris, so I wouldn't know. We're on the boss battle, by the way. And this is like one of those super bosses, so I'm very curious to see how this is gonna go. I hope it's gonna go well. There's only one way to find out. Starting the battle. Should maybe have mentioned that to you in case you wanted to participate, but I assume you don't play this as a viewer, just like I don't, so suppose it's gonna be fine. Well, that's the boss. Now the rest of the enemies. This map is so dumb. Oh. Ah. Oh. Yeah, I don't play this as a viewer. I just have literally no investment into this game. As a viewer, that is. Yeah, that'll work. Well, a good thing to hear that you're having trouble passing the time. I guess. I really hope we're gonna make this, because usually when they backdoor you like this, all the DPSs die and then the melee units can't keep up, but I think we're doing okay. Still have some support to heal us up. And all these slowpokes are gonna take forever to get to us. Oh right, I forget they have like 2 bosses on this map, technically speaking. They've got the coach and then the Balrog, I guess. That trumpet sound when you can put a unit down is a hot drug. Okay. I guess I just, whenever I'm not streaming and I'm still playing video games, I'm just playing something else, like Genshin Impact or Minecraft these days. Yeah, this is just a slog getting through this because there's only these guys left. Ah, so slow. The referees have just been such an obnoxious addition, because it's at the most it just slows everything down, but oh well. Yeah, screw this event. Well, at least today's the last day. And Wandering Confused gets 30 Centurion Scrolls, and Toby, you get 30 Flying Rogue Scrolls. I myself get some Monk Scrolls. I think Toto's very happy that they didn't get those scrolls because they were just been wasted. Last day, great, yeah, look here. It says the event ends in 8 hours and 9 minutes, so maybe by the time you get off work and start streaming yourself today, the event will already have ended. That's probably why they did the update yesterday. I was still gonna continue going though. We're going for the loyalty chest. But as soon as the event switches over, I'm probably not going to stick around anymore. We're probably just going to start a new map straight on. Because on the last event, it was a little bit weird because I was still in the miniature like map thing. And we went all the way to the end, like we were halfway through it. And we went to the, towards the end there. And it wasn't a miniature wonderland boss like it should have been. It was actually the boss for this event. So since we were that like 3 maps away from the boss, we actually took out the first boss very early on without having to go through the whole thing in the event season, and it still counted towards the event, which was very interesting. But we'll return to this later. Toto hates monk and bald people in general. Toto did not like your new haircut. No, I know. I know Toto didn't. It was pretty funny though. Toto's also told me that I should not cut my hair ever, basically. Okay, I need to figure out where this belt is going. I think, is this... Yeah, this is just oil, right? Yeah, okay. So we just do this. Yeah. It's very interesting with that. Alright, Tumbles, see you around and have a nice time at work, I hope. And maybe catch you on your stream later today, which I'm pretty sure you're probably gonna do. Knowing you at least. Okay, so... I did want to convert all these things so that we move the oil across through drones instead. It's kind of the idea, just to get that ball sort of rolling. Can you upgrade these, now that I think about it? No, you cannot. Okay. I don't think I need to. Like, ever. Because I was contemplating, like, do you need to... Would it be worth, like, making these as interstellar stations, but... I don't see why I would ever want to move oil to another planet from, like, one of the main factory planets, that is. Okay, this is a tough choice. Do I want to make 1 or 2 stations? I think space-wise, it might actually be better to do 2 stations, or not space, but profile, because it's got like a different footprint profile if you do it this way than if I did 1 station in the middle and had belts going across somehow. So we're gonna stick with this. Also, it's gonna add like a bigger buffer for us to work with, so... And I mean, at this stage, drones are not really that expensive anymore. Or, yeah, they've always been just as expensive as they will ever be, but... You know... It seems like we've got a pretty consistent supply of that stuff. Feed that straight in there. We'll just have some temporary pylons just to power the whole thing. Now we've also cleared out that solar farm area. It's like a huge patch of land right here that I could use for like factories. And since this silicon factory down here is not going to stay or in the long run, then that means there's nothing here that needs expanding, so... Let's just remove some of this, because I know it's still operating, though very slowly, just to clean out the remaining stone we had over there. So I want to keep a little of it running, but I also want to trim it down so that we get a little bit of extra saved space. We're not all about like 100% efficiency here, it's just whenever I can see some space saving thing I can do, then why not do it? Okay, so let's figure out where to start on this. So we've got silicon crystals, which either require that special material, which we cannot get on this planet, or refined silicon, high purity silicon. I think we're gonna go with this because otherwise we need to first make graviton lenses, which we're close to doing. Like, we have all this stuff for it, and then turn that into space warpers so that we can actually do warping to another solar system. But I think I want to get this running first because that allows us to do the research so that we have more tools at our disposal, more upgrades, and maybe even research so that we can make some better fuel. We can queue up some more, because that was this one. Oh yeah, then we can also do mini fusion power plants. I don't remember. I think they only use these what do you even call it? Fuel cells. So this one as well. Well, that requires purple science. Purple science. This one is queued, okay. I think that actually means that all the research that we can currently do is actually queued up, so that once the research queue is done, there's nothing we can do before we get the next science anyway. Okay, so where to start on it though? So I guess we just want the smellers for making the high purity silicon first, okay. So let's take a look at the design we have over here. Yeah, not happy with that design. I think I did make this so that I could scale it up in terms of the need, but so in theory, if we wanted to make this the most that we can, it's gonna take up a lot of space. Well then, let's get started somewhere. That was just a measuring thing. So for that to work, we want 2 inputs of silicon ore. Then we do our smeltery that has 1 return. And you make these high purity silicon. Thank you very much. And I mean, you could do this in another way too, where you have 1 smeltery on either side and then they just each have 1 belt individually. But we've got the whole length of the planet here to work with, so we're gonna build it as like a very long thing rather than a wider thing, which I think is okay. Because if we produce more silicon here than we need on this particular factory setup, we can always use it anywhere else in our setups. It just means that the space has been set aside for it so that it's expanded to its maximum threshold there, so that we don't end up in a situation like we have some other places where everything is super cramped all of a sudden and we've actually run out of space. That is something we want to try and avoid. We can't do anything fancy with power because of how it all works, so unfortunately there's going to be a lot of wasted space. And there's maybe a way that you could save a little bit of space by running some belts on top of each other and then like running them down so that the things can grab them or deposit onto them, but nah. Nah. Because in theory, you could run the output on like feed it over to 1 belt and then just branch it off halfway down and then layer it on top so that they come out on top of each other in the end. But you only save like one tile and it requires extra work, which this setup doesn't as far as I know. And as a result, I don't really care. I would rather honestly just build on another planet at that stage if we really get into that much of a space requirement or a space deficiency. Okay, so this is going to be our module. Then we just need to make a freaking ton of these. So this stacks just beautifully. So this is 6. Okay. 6, 12, 18, 24, right? 30. So 5 times 6. Just trying to simplify the process here. Because then I can say we've got 6 here, and I just need to copy this across 4 more times, so then that's max capacity. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And this is how long the factory should be. Why is this factory so freaking long over there? That doesn't make any sense. No, wait. I know what I forgot. It takes 2 seconds to make the thing. So now we have like 30 factories on either side. So if you want to fill out max capacity, it actually has to be twice this. So if you ever want to do a recount, you can always just select these and you can read up here exactly how many arcs smelters are in your setup on that selection. That's like the best way of recounting that I found. Saves a little bit of time. But we should be able to just copy paste this whole thing, assuming that there's that stone over there. Do I care about it? Do I care enough about that stone? Because the thing is, this planet has a lot of stone remaining, but I mean, what do you use it for other than foundations? You can turn it into silica, but like highly inefficient to do so. But I mean, we can just keep this factory for now as it is. Because, you know, it's no trouble whatsoever to just copy paste it across an extra time if I need it. I can do that at any point in time. Whoops. So I think we're just gonna leave it as it is. Why am I not allowed to put it in too close to another power facility? Really? That's a thing. Huh. I didn't know that was a thing. Oh well. They're kind of placed a little bit interestingly here. There we go, that's better. Just as a little bit of a charging station. Okay, beyond this, so silicon comes in, that means we need a station. We can plonk that down here. What? Oh, right. Yeah, they take... I was like, why is there silicon going out? That's... it's because I'm a dumbass. This produces silicon, it doesn't consume it. Silly me. Just move a power thing in there. Just so we can get this thing settled down. How do we want to do this? Because we can do a couple things. So we have 2 outputs, and we need a station going in. So what we could do is that we could use this as a pass-through station. There's no reason why we can't do that. Absolutely none. So this station, if you will serve 2 purposes, which gives us a little bit of flexibility down the line if we ever so desire, but given how I've designed the factory on this planet so far, I don't necessarily think it's ever gonna become relevant. But you know. So this is gonna be local storage and remote demand. Let's put some logistics vessels on this sucker. So these ships are gonna go out and like retrieve some silicon ore for us. And we're also gonna use the number 1 slot for silicon that's been processed, but it's just gonna be local and remote storage. So no supply, no demand whatsoever. It just allows us to put the silicon from these factories back through this building. And then we can use any of the other access points to pull it back out again. So if we just have 2 access points that are pulling it out, then we're essentially, it's like, you know, just running a belt through the building. So I guess you could also consider it a splitter, but without like fine control of where things are going, I guess. So we just need this. This is a smelting facility, so it takes 2 seconds to convert 1 high purity silicon into a crystal. Well, that's convenient, because it's the same amount of time required for the silicon ore into high purity silicon, meaning that the length of these factories are going to follow suit. So that means that we can literally just copy and paste this entire factory setup, almost with station and everything. Might as well. Of course there's that issue of the space though. Okay, maybe we don't want the station then. We'll leave the station out for now, and then we can build it somewhere else where there might be a bit more space later, because I kind of just want these to be very close together. Let's remove that. Because there's no reason why we can't have these right next to each other. You usually want to have a little bit of room, breathing room in between, but let's try and go all the way maybe. Wait. Hold a second. I don't need this exact layout, do I? No. I almost made a boo-boo. Okay. I think we can still do this though. I just realized we only need 1 input, not 2. There we go. Yes, that does work. Just thinking. Okay, yeah. So 1 input and 1 output. And then we just change the recipe later once the whole thing's been built. Got our silicon coming in, and now our high purity silicon coming out. Whoa. A little bit of save lag there. Change you to these silicon crystals. Crystal silicon? I think it's just crystal silicon. Semantics. Of course we need to do it on the other side too, but because it's a flipped and not a mirrored design, I can't just rotate this over here and call it a day. got an epic paladin on the battlefield. I only just noticed that now. Okay, thanks for that, Zero. It's usually like whenever we switch from a boss fight to a new map, it always ends like terribly because people just abandon the fights because they want the big rewards but don't want the effort. Which is understandable. I would do it the exact same way. It's down to the game designers to try and mitigate that through better game design, in my opinion. Okay, there we go. I think it was like, what? No, that was it Stream Raiders? How old is Stream Raiders even at this stage? I think didn't they have like a 1-year anniversary recently? Or is it because the reason why I'm a little bit self-conflicting about that is because I also just remember that Genshin Impact just had its 1-year anniversary soon, or not that long ago. I think it was just is around now, basically. So they were doing like a concert for Genshin Impact or whatever in celebration of the 1-year anniversary, which is pretty cool. I'm probably just mixing things together. Okay, so we have the crystal silicon here. Yes. Almost looks identical to the rest, but not quite. There's a little bit of texture going on there, I guess. Yeah. That works. So where are they? So they're going for the other planet for that silicon stuff, but I guess we don't really. We're using a lot of it, so it takes a while to fill this thing up. And they're all arriving right at the same time and then leaving immediately, so since they can't carry like an awful much at a time, it ends up draining way before like it gets a chance to refill. That's okay though. Not really much you can do about that other than having multiple logistic stations around the world. I think these are like the only ones that are like actually like they have to go out and get it because nowhere out there is going to be sending it to them. Okay, so next up on the menu, so it's for the fiber stuff, this thing. So we need carbon nanotubes and the crystal. Okay, and plastics. Done. It takes 8 seconds to craft, and there is 5 individual components made in an assembler, leaving you with 1 output. So you could normalize it fairly easily. It's just still gonna take 8 seconds to craft. So if you wanted to really fill out the bandwidth of everything, you would need to. You would need 8 times the bandwidth of a single belt in order to completely fill it out, meaning that 8 times 30 is a lot. It's a whole lot. The building width-wise might be better. Well, I'm just trying to think how you would do that. So that means you would do 1 carbon nanotube on either side on one of those silicon crystal things, have a common output in the middle, and have a common belt coming in with plastics. Okay. And we can build that right next to here. So 1 on the outside for both materials that are 2 of. There. Then the assembler. Or an assembler. And then an in and an output. And that would literally just be it. And then just copy that over. And then have 2 inputs over here as well. Because that means that instead of building it 8 long, we only build it like, or 8 times as long, we only build it 4 times as long because we build widthwise. And everything should still be normalized, so the way to think about this is that I consider this over here like one factory lane, if you will. But over here for these smelteries, those are 2 separate factory lanes, right? Because they each have their individual input and they're not sharing output nor input anywhere in the system. But over here they're sharing both inputs and outputs, but just in a different way for the outermost belts. So you're just splitting those into halves, and it's still like the math should go, should work out, basically. That's the idea anyway. Of course, the assemblers are a little bit bigger than the smelters, so you run into a little bit of a challenge there, I suppose. Okay, we need to extend these by 1, otherwise the blueprint is gonna be unhappy. Or I'm gonna be unhappy when I put down a blueprint, I guess. So let's copy this. If we put that... Oh crap, right. There we go. Copy this. That should work better. Yeah. So this can actually be duped over. Just need to pull that back in. Yeah. Okay, so this is 6. So let's do that first. So we can do the same logic. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that should be 30 assemblers, right? You can just do a little trick here to double check. Yeah, so that's going to be 30 assembling machines. That's okay. But they're working together, so in essence, this is not 30, this is 60 assembling machines. So if we doubled this, then we would meet the max, or not quite, but we would be at half max capacity, which is the same for the other 2 setups. They're also at half max their capacity. And we could technically do that, and might even want to. We just need to flatten some ground out first. Because then we can literally just take this entire long ass setup and just duplicate it across. Effectively doubling that set thing that we needed, so let's do that, why don't we? Because we're gonna need it. Since eventually, for all the science colors, you want to ramp up the production of those drastically. Because if I remember correctly, to make the final white colored science, you need 1 of each pre-existing science as well anyway. As you can tell, that's a lot of materials that you need to expend. So yeah, endgame is very expensive. Let's see if we can put this down. And it insists on having the placement point being on the left-hand side there. Blop. Okay, so that is the factory. Oh man, this is gonna take a while to build. Stream Raiders. Yeah, as expected, we're not that many this time, but that's okay. We're 10 units. Hopefully, these 2 epic units are gonna help out. Maybe if we put down a defensive buff somewhere around here, so that I can't really control what direction we go in on, but we'll give it a shot anyway. As long as we get something out of it, hopefully. Because of course there's those initial units that are a little bit faster. Those backdoor units are gonna kill my epic unit. No problem. No doubt about that. Yep. Yeah, we're screwed. That's okay. Oh, I forgot. I wanted to try out that whole starting early thing to try and get the difficulty ramped down faster. What's even going on here? Zero is really putting up a fight, but holy crap. Oh, there's like a single tank down there? Okay. The fuck? That's okay. That's kind of expected. And I can't really do much else than keep playing because there's no point in starting a new map. Until the next stream anyway, which... I don't know when that's gonna be. I will put down a barbarian, I believe it was. Could also try and put ourselves in here, I suppose. That might actually work out. Yeah, let's try that. So instead of going on the offensive, let's try and go on the defensive. Since this is all like... Oops. A closed off space, so... We put in some melee units. Some ranged units. Some kind of support. And some tanks up front. I don't see why that wouldn't work. The main issue being the buffs that you don't get, but can't really control that too much to begin with. Sometimes you don't get a buff anyway, and so other times it's just a freaking mimic, which is even more obnoxious when that happens. But as far as I was told, I could technically start the match 5 minutes after I initiate it, so if I did that, let's put down some of these, then maybe it would ramp down the difficulty as it normally would. Thanks for the night prowlers, barbarian there. Didn't quite read the full thing before I said that. It's definitely gonna be helping out. Yeah, we're gonna be running out of assemblers, I see. Pull that. And if we make a little charging station here, then hopefully we shouldn't run out of power so quickly. Because that is also part of the problem, it's just eating up the fuel really quickly. Because we've run out of both belts and assemblers, no biggie. I wonder if it would almost have been faster to go the other way around. Because that issue where you're so used to travel a certain way around your factory that when you get to the other end of the planet, if you will, it's almost, or eventually going to start being more efficient to go that way around instead. Don't know if we're quite there yet though. Let's ramp this up to 8 stacks. I think this is still fine. This is okay at the moment, though I am noticing that our belt production can't quite keep up with the demand. Another epic unit, thanks for that. Should help us out, hopefully. The question is, what's slowing down the blue belt production? Yeah, it's the blue engines. It's always the blue engines. Well, since that's like stagnating, they have remote demand, not even local demand. Really? So they go in here. Yeah, they just branch off. Oh yeah, they branch off in a really weird way. So they do go back this way. Into this splitter here. Okay, so they do go down there. Oh, they get put in here. Huh? Okay. Oh, right. Yeah, I remember now. Just trying to backtrack in my mind what the purpose of this was. I remember now. It was so that if I ever need to, I can produce those blue engines on a remote planet and it'll still supply it to this station, no problem. Might as well do local demand too. So that if I ever needed it, it would be added in here. And then it also adds as a sort of... what would it be? A buffer, if you will. So I suppose... so this is where the blue belts were going, or engines were going. You want to just change that, I think. Don't see any reason why we shouldn't do that. So it feeds into here instead. And then it goes the opposite way. Of course, it still needs to go in for this winding path, but it's okay. So, I guess we don't really need the splitter here anymore, but it's there now, I guess. It still works. What is that? That they're shown on green. Okay. Just want to quickly take a look here because I don't want to run out of blue belts while in the middle of something. That would be very annoying. So is it these? Yeah, they're short on materials. Why is this one short on iron? Oh. I see. Let's just try and clean up a little bit here, because it seems like I basically went through and upgraded some things, but in the process kind of left some stuff behind that needed cleaning up. Let's do the same here. There we go. Just so we can get rid of all those low tier trash sorters. Like eventually I would like for everything to just be tier free, because that means that I can copy any kind of setup I have anywhere and not worry about like, oh, you need to have like low tier materials for some reason, right? No one wants to deal with that. Okay, so there's these. These need iron ore. Ooh. It should be coming through here, but it's just not. Because now we've got our own logistics vessels here, but I guess... okay. I think it's because we don't have a lot of iron ore being moved around remotely. especially not from other planets, so it's just being moved in locally. And this planet is running out of iron, so I need to like extend those drills, I guess. What about this over here? What's this doing? Yeah, this is just feeding directly into the factory, but there's no station in between, huh? Okay, we'll just leave this as is because this is a steel factory. So if we end up running out of steel, then we'd want to import ore anyway and not export it. So I don't want to feed that mine through here. Just don't see any point to it. Let's also set up the mines for this one. And they call it a mine. Kind of regretting I didn't buy that energy drink on my way home yesterday. Because although I wouldn't have drunk it yesterday, I could definitely need it right now. Oh well. I will just make do without. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. The power. Let's just do a regular drone logistics setup for these. I don't see any reason to do it with interstellar in mind because it's just going to be used on this planet anyway. I do remember someone coming in chat and saying like, oh, they always just eventually only use the interstellar logistics stations. Which, true, you do eventually only do that because once you start mining on remote planets, then you have to, right? But in terms of the starting planet, that I still see some reason to use the more basic versions. Yeah, we're running out of fuel again. I really need to get like a more efficient fuel source for this. This mech here. Okay, well I guess we would probably want to go and get some energetic graphite before doing anything else. Ooh. Let's just do a big stretch, I guess. While we charge our mech. Bloop. Maybe I should start just keeping multiple stacks of this. So if I do 12 stacks in this storage here, that means I can refuel myself 3 times if I were to pick it all up at once when I'm running out of fuel. Because I do feel like I have to go, and I know a lot of time passes, but it's perceived as like not being very frequently. Time dilation, I don't know what you want to call it. Oh yeah. Iron ore. Charge it up. I wonder how well performing the game is once you have all those factories on a billion different planets though, because I never made it that big in terms of, you know, end game stuff. So I'm just curious to see how the game even behaves at that stage. Maybe it takes like several minutes whenever it does an autosave at that point. I guess it just simulates all the planet's contents in the background somehow. But man, that must be a technically difficult challenge to implement something like that. I can only imagine. Because I wouldn't even know where to start doing something like that. Because at the end of the day, it still has to be processed ongoingly. It's like a throughput or something. So you're still sending materials between the planets. Now we're at least getting iron over here. Very good. That means that our engine production is being ramped up. But it's these green engines that are the bottleneck at the moment. So if we put down more smelters, it seems that we should be better off. So these... Okay, that's a 1-to-1 ratio, but they also take 1.5 seconds per craft, so... Oops. So in essence, you would need 50% extra in order to fill out the bandwidth, so... It would be 30 plus half of that, so 45. So 45 factories producing magnets, and you fill out the entire bandwidth of if you only have one throughput at tier 3, of course. That is like the important thing to remember, I suppose. This is like a weird ass half-baked thing. Because it was just like, oh, I need a factory that works. Let's just do it sort of optimally, but also sort of not. Like, or sort of future-proofing is what I mean, I guess. So... This is 18. Okay. 6, 12, 18. Because counting in English is a bit harder when it's not your native language, believe it or not. 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. So I need 2 more modules of 6. Then we're at least at 30. And then we need an additional 15 smelters, which is 6, 12, and then a little bit. Okay. So a few more. $30, $36, $42. So that means 3 more. So just one of these modules, right? And that should be it, pretty much. So this whole thing should be running at max capacity once it's built. Assuming all the belts connecting up to this point are upgraded, of course. I don't see why I shouldn't be doing this. I mean, there's plenty of space for it, so... It was made to be expanded later on, and I think now is a good time. especially with the need for those blue engines arising due to these large factory setups that I'm making. Because otherwise I would maybe get like halfway through making the other factory and we run out of belts, and I just have to be like, oh well, just gotta wait. And then expanding this setup would also be a no-go because it requires just as much. So let's start one place and then work our way into like larger scale stuff. Okay, so that should completely fill up the belts to its max transfer rate. And then we have these here. So they need 2 separate, and then they have 2 outputs. Yes, so that's all easily normalized. So I just need 30 of these factories really. Already got 6 of them. I don't think I can necessarily just copy things across though. Fiddlesticks. Okay. Let's just make it so that we can then. Output and output. Oops. So if we copy from here, then it should be stackable, right? Yes. Very good. We'll just do this one first. Because there's like an ugly... okay, I could probably have... the bend seems to have actually been taken into account. Never mind. I could just have copied from that then. No biggie. It's not the end of the world. 6, 12. So we need 3 more. There we go. So that should be max bandwidth for these. And of course it all gets a little bit funky when you consider the craft speed of the assemblers, I suppose. That's something I never quite figured out. Because... so the assembling machine Mark... oh yeah, the Mark 1 does it at 70, like 0.75% speed. Meaning that the Mark 2 does it at 1x speed. And that essentially means there's no need to upgrade the assemblers for these setups because it wouldn't really make a difference. The only difference it would make is that if for some reason at some point the belts are like completely empty over a longer period of time, and then we suddenly have like a surge of production happening, okay, then like it would have an impact on making the whole thing sort of warm up faster. But other than that, yeah, I don't really see much need for it. And I just realized the reason why it's going so slow. There we go. The power. Just see all those belt blueprints through the planet there. Okay, so far so good. I was noticing though, in order to make these, we were running out of copper ingots, which is also subsequently being split off somewhere that I have no recollection of, but let's just upgrade that belt, I guess. Anyway, so this is coming from over here. It's just passing by. Okay, it's coming like really far away. Okay. It's like a localized factory here. Fair enough, but not quite what I want. So since it's not really doing anything, that couldn't be done from somewhere else. Or through some other method, rather. I am just gonna tear that belt down. Okay, that should be the belt itself. Whoa. Now we're back here, and the thing is that we have to consider is the fact that it needs to be sent off to 2 directions, but that is not an issue, and we can even make it a little bit prettier, I guess. So if we put down one of these logistics stations here somewhere, just need to make the room for it is all. This one is not connected to any ores, so that can go. I see. Okay. We actually also in need of iron here. That's actually not a problem. We can work with this at least. So we'll feed you in here. So we'll do number 1, iron ingots, and number 2, copper ingots. Local storage on both, and then remote demand. Still put some drones and vessels in here just for good measure's sake, though. Probably don't need the drones ever, but now they're there at least. That's number 1, that's number 2. And similarly, this is also going to be number 2. I just need to power this sucker, and it should be good to go. And then later, when the other iron deposits and smelters are gonna run dry, we can always feed in more. Could actually do that already, if it's nothing too crazy. Because we have 1, 2, 3 smelters here, so if I use a splitter, I can use some prioritization in order to sort of account for things, so that I make sure to use the local supplies before the remote first. So if I do just literally this, then we're still feeding in iron ingots for whenever the factory can't keep up. And then I'm contemplating because there's still that situation up here. But this might need a different kind of splitter setup. Not really the room for it that I wanted to. I can still make it work, but... Ah, okay, just barely. We'll just do it this way then. It's not the prettiest, but it works. Run that on top. And just like before, we'll do like a priority thing. So it still prioritizes the bottom one. Another epic unit from... Damn. Shivkoshki. Is that what it's supposed to be? Or is it something else? Chef Koch. It could also be Chef Koch 1. It's a very funky spelled name. How many years do we have on Stream Raiders anyway? Now we have a whopping 16 years, but all those epics are gonna be the thing that's gonna push us over and actually win the thing, I think. And we're doing a defensive position, so we should be okay, hopefully. It's always hard to tell beforehand, and even like as it's going on, but I mean, you can make a few predictions at least. Keep it interesting. Okay, so this is the other factory that's gonna eat a ton of resources. So it has everything normalized. And in order for this to completely fill out the bandwidth, we need 60 factories. And it's all in line on one thing, so... Oh man, that would be very, very, very long distance factory. But I mean... we might as well, right? So, 3 and 6. Ah, I didn't even notice that the timer was that short remaining. Oh well. Let's see, because we do have a lot of units there, but I guess since we're defensive, we might as well just pop down a defensive buff. I'm putting it more to the right because the melee units have a tendency to walk out of the defensive zone when enemies get close. And the Lindner even went for the buff. Okay, that's interesting. A little bit unexpected. I also ended up dying as a result, but... oh man, that buffed unit just went completely ham on us. Yeah, I don't quite agree, like that unit should just have returned back to the defensive zone, honestly. I'm noticing a lot of the enemies are also just standing over there in their own defensive zone though. We're down to 12 units, but we still have to take out 40 others. A little bit worried about that, but do have a buff for the time being at least, so we might be able to do enough damage here. And that rogue's really going ham on them. Also taking all the attention from the referees, so it seems to be working out very well. That was a mimic buff though, did you see that? What about this one? That was an actual buff. But, doesn't really matter at this point. We still won, so this goes to the Lindner. You get free warrior scrolls, I hope you can use those for something. And... guess we're just gonna try and mosey on downwards here to get to that green loyalty chest. Loyalty token chest. I don't even know if it matters at this stage, but to me personally at least. I'll still go for it. It's one of those maps, isn't it? I'll try and put down a support unit. I rarely ever do that myself, but I'll try and do it anyways. Something like this. I'm not too accurate with that, so... but you can do like a melee or a rogue again to get those balls around the map. That's perfectly fine, and I'm only putting down a 2x2 in case you decide to put down an epic unit, so... and there's a rogue that could go up and take that one as well because it's level 10. Do have another one over here too, so if you put the rogue down they will go for those. But it could be up and they end up being a trap, so just consider that. Okay, so Dyson Sphering is going on here. Or as Tumbles calls it, the Dysoning. So for these, how was it again? Take 2 seconds to make one, so everything's normalized, meaning 60 factories. 6, 12, so 3 more lanes. Oh, collide with object. What? How? Oh! I also didn't notice. I think this is what we want, right? Yeah. Minus. And then we just want to do another 5 along this stretch, but Might have to flatten out some terrain before we get to that. We're going all out on this factory as much as possible, at least. Might not have the supply in terms of raw materials at the moment, but I do want to still give it a thorough workover while we're at it. There's no reason to half-ass it anymore. We'll just like put ourselves down here, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we click the minus button once. There we go, that should be 60 factories. Yep, 60 assemblers. Well, now we just gotta build this sucker though. And of course there's also the power demand, which is gonna spike heavily from something like this. If we have like the actual raw materials to go with it, of course. Currently I think it's the iron gears, yeah, they're gonna be like the thing that's falling behind. Well, since that's the case, there's no reason to completely focus on building the factory yet. Let's just see where these gears are coming from. Yeah, so it's just this little factory here. And though we could extend this, we probably couldn't extend it out to the size that it needs to be. Because we need 30 factories. So the good news is that we can actually just do that, right? Everything is normalized from the get-go because it's just a 1-to-1. Taking 1 second, so it's not an issue, but there's a coal deposit here. And a factory further down the line too, so... The question is, do you want to extend it? Or do you just want to make it like somewhere else? Because we could fly the gears in as well, you know? Make a localized factory that remote demands iron ingots in, and then through logistics vessels and drones sends it out from there. Actually, it would just be logistics drones in this case. Because I want to make sure that... I ran out of belts. Okay. I want to make sure that we are producing enough for all that stuff. Okay, let's just go and pick up some fuel so that I don't run into that issue in a moment. Let's also get some foundations. This production is going like really slow now. Oh, never mind. It's just going the same speed as it's always done. Oh, it's the steel. Never mind. That makes a lot of sense, all things considered. Since the steel plant is probably just still using local resources, so... It's also only coming in on like a T1 belt. Oh, oh, it's even just being produced here, of all things. Yeah, so it's just running off local supplies, it seems. I can like use this station here to fuel in, like inject some iron plates and some iron ingots, but Yeah, we'll take that when we get to it. So what else do we need? Need to dump some stuff. Sorters are also in high demand these days. Guess I might as well put all these wind turbines down in the chest. Let's get some Tesla towers and all that good stuff as well while we're at it. Some logistics stations, some drones. I think we can do 3 stacks of each of these. Okay, I think we're well supplied again. So iron gears, that's where we came from. That's what we were looking at. And then I was setting up this whole logistics station here. This might never ever get used, but it's here. Another epic unit, an Emerald Beast Wall Beast. Okay, thanks for that. Sneakily put that in there. Okay, so that's that coal deposit taken care of for the time being. But what do we do about these iron gears though? Because in essence I only really need to think and worry about filling out the bandwidth, so since it's only 2 belts I could make it a disjointed factory for the time being. It's not really gonna be an issue, though I usually want to avoid it because it just, you know, usually involves creating problems for yourself later down the line. I don't see why we shouldn't be able to do that in this particular instance, so we just need to figure out what to do with this graphene belt here, that's all. So you just need to have like some clearance here and then you should be good. Oh, it goes the other way. Yep. So hard to tell when they're moving that fast, because the arrows just like get confusing. Even though they really shouldn't. I guess it's just hard to tell when there's a bunch of stuff lying on top A. So I'm thinking we could probably squeeze the factory in over here on the right, where the front of the refineries, and be okay. Only thing is getting the belts onto that side though. What is all this? This is oil. Okay. Let's just delete that and turn it into like a... Crap. Okay. Can still do it though. But yeah, turn it into a logistics setup. Okay, maybe that's just a little bit too close. No, it does work. It will work. It's just like a little bit sketchy. That way we can also use the fuel oil both places. Because it is being accepted right over here, like in demand. And I guess that means that this also can go. Very nice. So we can straighten out this belt. That way we don't have to do some weird dumb shit with these belts that are gonna feed underneath here. Apart from this. That's like the only dumb shit what we have to do here. Okay. Output. And then input. Okay. Okay, we can't quite copy this design yet. Oop. Oh wow. Okay, so this is one of those really odd edge case places where you actually cannot place these pylons in between the factories and still save space, because they just don't let you. There's a lot of instances where you can get away with that, but just not in this case. This case is actually more efficient for me to do it this way. So plonk it down in the middle instead. So I guess that means we'll make these modules this a little bit different. 1, 2, 3, 3, 6, 3, and not 6. Okay. It's okay. 6, 12. So I need 2 more modules of this, and then we should be hitting the bandwidth limit. This is part of why making blueprints in this game not always the most appropriate approach. What did I say? 2 more modules, right? Yeah, it looks like it. 1, 2. It just barely fits here. But that should make our belt production speed up drastically. Assuming that we can supply all the iron and copper we need. Okay, so if... okay. Well, the gears are backing up, but that could be for a completely different reason other than the... yeah, I think it's because the output is like completely clogged. So we're definitely making a lot of electric engines. Now I just need to make this last setup here stretch all the way across. Question is, can we get to do that? Oh fuck. Uh-oh. I'm noticing a problem. Just a teensy weensy little bittle problem. So when we get over here, we're gonna run into a little bit of a space issue. That's okay, we can work around this, but I would preferably not have to do this. I don't think I've got much of a choice. Just really hope that it can actually be here though. Yes, that works. So if we move that belt, will we actually be able to? Don't know if I can do this though. No. Well, that's okay. Wait, what? Lul. Okay, so that copy pasting actually allowed me to put the belt into a position that was not allowed. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Well, regardless, we'll just build around it, I guess. So we'll just do like such. Move that nonsense up there. And then we can just continue like we normally do. Because now they're both of equal length, right? Because they do line up. So that just means I need to add another 2, 6. Okay, 6 more. That's no problem. There we go. I mean, it's really compact right around here, so I'm perfectly fine with this solution. Gonna stand here so we're using less fuel, hopefully. I mean, the fuel can't keep up with the demand on our mech anyway, so if we don't do this, we're gonna run out regardless. So what's it looking like if we go out into this setup? Come on. Yeah, so the Dyson Sphere here looks a swarm. The orbit for it is like, what is what's it called? It's not it's not perpendicular. What's the other thing? Is it vertically across, like the orbit of the planet itself? Naturally, or I guess it's for the gas giant, so if we'd been on the gas giant, we'd have a really good shot at this like 24/7 pretty much. But because we have like an axial tilt on the planet, it's a little bit more complicated than that. And there's no way to like, I don't think there's any way to make it a 24-hour thing where we can keep shooting towards it. But we definitely need like some electromagnetic cannons on the other side of the planet. So are these just low? No, they have the materials, they just can't shoot, they just can't get a clear shot. But that's because they always tend to like shoot at like a specific point on the Dyson swarm, so it's like if you imagine a clock, right? They don't just put them in wherever they can get to shoot, they always do it like at a certain stage of that clock that they're on or whatever. So even though they might have a clear shot of like the upper areas, relatively speaking, of the Dyson Swarm orbit right now, they just won't shoot at it because that's not where they're targeted towards. But that's why we should have some on the opposite end of the planet. But it's a little bit cramped around here. So what I'm thinking is to maybe just export all the solar sails to another planet eventually, and then shoot from there instead. Usually is a better solution, but haven't really gotten around to it yet, so here we are. And how is this factory setup going? They are producing well enough, I hope. These need some materials. Why are they not coming in? Why are they in? What do they need off? Okay, so it's probably because, hopefully because their internal buffers are slowly filling up. Well, I guess it's also like we're expanding the factory on both sides equally, more or less. And they're dependent on each other's production, so... So yeah, they're probably just filling up the internal inventories of the factories further down the line first before moving it along. And that's that warm-up thing, which just is inevitable. So if you can keep your factories running, you know, consistently, let's say it, then they will eventually fill up the complete bandwidth of all the conveyors. But beyond that, the only other thing you could do is to... No, overproduction... Would overproduction even do anything? No, it would not. Not really much you can do. Like, you could merge and split apart, like, the different conveyors so that they share the load until the main supply is, like, warmed up or whatever, but still have the same issue regardless. Of course, you could have wider factories so that there's, I mean, you still have a similar issue, but I don't know. I don't think there's any good way to get around it, actually. Because, like, back here, you know, the resources are being passed through, but they're also being, you know, periodically pulled into these factories. But eventually, it should be like optimized out to the point that like the last factory just barely gets all the resources needed to operate at full speed. Unless I did like an oversight. I don't think I did. Oh wait, I did make an oversight, a very annoying one at that. I'm such an idiot. So the oversight I did is that I didn't normalize the input belts. So why did I think I did that? So basically half of the factories that we build on the green factory thing or green engine thing, they're not gonna be supplied with materials. Other than as like backup factories that are along the back end or whatever. Or at least they shouldn't. Right? Because they only have one belt coming in with these magnetic coils, and they only have one coming in with electric motors. And those belts can only carry 30 cargo a second. But in order to make these electromagnetic turbines, you need 2 of each. So even though it takes 2 times to craft everything, because we have twice as many factories, they're also eating up twice as many resources, which just equals out that you would need 2 input belts. And I didn't scale this factory appropriately. Oh well, maybe next time. So the only thing that this really does for us now is that if the output belt fills up, then the factories further in the back start stockpiling excess resources, so that whenever there's a sudden surge demand for these electromagnetic turbines, then they start producing, but then they also will eventually run out of resources to produce from. But it does give you like a bit of a surge sort of assistance or whatever when the demand is suddenly spiking. And I mean, the only reason why it's not is because this factory is not built. But this is also not normalized. This also needs like free magnets and a whole bunch of other stuff. And I just said like, fuck it, let's just make a factory just so it works. So this is one of those cases where I would probably make them side by side and then share some of the belts that are common to them. So for instance, the electromagnet, the magnets and the turbines, I could make one magnet and one graphite belt in the middle for them to share, and then they could share the output in the middle, so that's free belts that they could both reach. And then on the outer edges I would have like the magnet and turbine that's remaining. Question is, can I fit this in? So that would be 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 belts. Let me just see, because if I can squeeze 2 belts, and I just barely can, so I could actually do it here. There's no reason I couldn't do it. And if at any point in time there would be a time to do it, then that would be it, before I build it. So we can even get a little bit of extra space if I do this. Okay, of course the question is gonna be how it's all gonna work out in the end, but we'll see. Because you might have a brilliant idea but not be able to execute on it. Okay, so this, let's pull that up. So 2 inputs. And then 1 input, 1 output, 1 input. Let me just set this up and then we'll check out stream raiders. And 2 inputs. See, just barely enough space. Also because I squeezed that up. Anyways, let's go and take a look at stream raiders and see if we can hold the line. We've got some rogues down there trying to get those buffs. It's always interesting, you know, trying to do things a little bit in terms of what the devs want you to on this map. So that's gonna be like that Emerald Beast War Beast. What does that even look like? Oh, okay. So that's like a War Beast skin for the green team, I suppose. That rogue got the buff, but and ended up losing it, but did a little bit of damage at least with it. That also means that it was a buff. So when this unit gets taken out, we get that buff in return. We have a buff of our own, ready to go, and there's that buff that's just going to be sitting there. Okay. Fair enough. Well, we get a free... Oh, okay, so now the buff is just completely gone. Interesting. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that we got this. I can keep you guys alive, and there's only these melee units left, so... No problem. We got a semi-strategic win on this, I would say. Okay. Well, that wasn't a too difficult fight. Ketsusani, you get a pound scroll, and Linda, you get 10 coins. Just breeze on to the next one here. Just checking what time it is. That is a lot of units. Okay, the game probably heard me said like, oh yeah, we got like an easy win, and then it went all ham on us. Okay, this might be deceiving though, because they seem to be a lot of very low level units. So maybe it's not as bad as it initially seems to be, but still though. So I think we want to try and go for that ball down there because everything else is just completely nutty. Don't really know what to do with our units on this because there's just enemies everywhere. We would just be sort of pincered. So do not put like range units in the back, maybe. That's the only thing I can think of. Because otherwise you will be backdoored. There we go. Just a little bit of a sort of indication of what I'm thinking here. Might not work out. It might, but it's only one way to figure out. Right, so let's see if this is actually physically possible. Because it might not be, since there's 3 belts in the middle. Usually it's a little bit tricky when that happens. Man, this is so annoying. Because you can't have 2 sorters deliver or pick up from the same slot on a belt. So assuming that I did this, for instance, right? Which I think is just going to be the overarching issue here. You wouldn't be able to access that last spot. There's of course ways that you can make it differently. So if we do this, then it will work. And I don't think there's any way around this without making a staggered factory design here. So we do like this. And like this. And there you go, a staggered factory design. So now we just need to make it a module that we can copy across. It's gonna take a little bit of effort because staggered designs are a little bit weird like that. Right. Let's not forget the back end stuff. Copy this across. Don't need that for the design. Blop. Let's see if this works. So it's almost there first try. Just need to cut back on it a little bit. Okay, does this work? It does. Okay. Let's do a 6 module and then copy that across just because it's easier to count it when there's 6 at a time. So this is normalized. Need a little bit more space though. So here's where it gets a little bit tricky. Because we've essentially normalized it but across again, so... So we don't need 3 times as many, we need 1.5 times as many. So just 50%, so 45 factories, right? Since they're sharing belts. So again, that wider than longer design. It's not like when I'm saying wider, it's like, you know, it's literally just a few times wider, but it does make a heck of a difference in terms of length. If we did it just lengthwise, it would take up a lot of space. But not only that, but sometimes you just can't even do it lengthwise anyway without some weird dumb fuckery going on and like injecting belts halfway down because there's like a demand for 3 times like 1 resource, and you just end up like if you wanted to normalize everything, you would need like, you know, I don't know, 10 belts around 1 factory, and it doesn't reach that far, so you have to sort of scale it down to a point where you at most have 3 belts on either side of a factory, and you can do some overlap in the middle too if you do it this way, which in essence gives you a little bit more of a room to like work with. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that should be the 30. So let's put that down first. 30. And then 2 more, so that's 42. And then we need this last, like, 3 factories. Which, of course, I might not be able to copy across completely, but that's okay. As long as I get most of it. All the important bits. Picked up a lot of oil. Okay. I used up all those dollar belts again. Well, at least now we're producing it much more consistently, so I can actually fill up this chest in a decent time frame. Also get rid of these T1 stuffs. No belts? Nope. Okay. So that's just from the old factories. So let's just hook up this as it's supposed to be. Oh, fuck. Oh no. I might have just missed a tiny little detail. Where's the last belt? Why did I not copy that across? What did that ever do to you? Now I gotta build this manually. It's probably the fastest way I can think of. Oh no, actually there is another way out of building range. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. There is actually another way we can do it. Though we might have to wait until everything else has been built. We just start by building this. I mean, it'll still function for the time being, just not full efficiency and whatnot, but then once we're done with that, I should be able to just copy the first factories over with the sorters configured, and then just drag it all the way across, and then it'll automatically put them in, so I don't have to go like for each and every single one of them. Because that's what you used to have to do, and I don't want to. It's gonna take a while. Speaking of taking a while, this should take a while for the bots to do stuff. So I'll get a drink in the meanwhile. Okay, so how long have these, how far have these bots gotten, eh? I'll eventually need to do like a freaking sorting system for logistics network, just so that I can get things back out in the system. I have an idea on how to do that too, but the thing is, in order for a system like that to work, you need it all centralized. It needs to cover every single thing in the game, so it's gonna require a lot of logistic stations in order to accomplish it. Because you do have a hard limit on how many things you can put through them after all, so that also means a hard limit on how many things you can transport. Though I guess you wouldn't, I would only need to consider raw materials, so that at least leaves a lot of things that I don't have to move across. Okay. Getting there. So if we take you, plonk you in there, and just copy that across. Yep, and that will work. It's not too bad making a correction like this. I think it's better than like pulling the entire factory up and rebuilding it from scratch or doing it manually. Okay, so far so good. So that's one thing. So in terms of this recipe, I'm pretty sure it's the green, yeah. So the electromagnetic engines, they need to go like on both sides. So why don't we just clear up this a little bit? Okay, so we already have one of those here. Okay. So let's see. Okay, it's fairly lenient, so let's just utilize that fact. Get it out there. And over there. Do the same here. I know, right now it just splits it evenly across and there's no way the bandwidth will be able to, like, you know, this is not appropriate to what I need, but for the time being I just wanted to return back to a functional state and we'll take it from there. I think this is just like a, yeah. I remember this now. There's like graphite going in and being split out. So we need to move this a little bit, I think. The idea is good enough even for this design, but do want it to be in a slightly different position maybe. Doop. So you filter and then just chuck this in here, which if I upgrade that belt it should be more than fine. Question is though, where does this come from? Comes from over here. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely not enough supply to reach the demand for that section over there. I think I just piped it in because I was like, oh, I'm already producing graphite in one place, so let's just pull that in. It's okay though, because that's one of those cases where we can always just add in more later. And then the remaining thing is the... Did I fuck up? I fucked up. No, I did not fuck up. I remember now. I was like, oh my god, did I fuck up? Oh no, oh no, oh no. But I did not. Not quite. So what I was a little bit sketched about is the what that last remaining belt on the middle here was for, but I remember now. It's for the magnets. It's just I don't have like the factory setups for making those freaking magnets. So let's just clear all this stuff, upgrade this one. Take it from there. So the main thing that's going to be keeping these from fully reaching their potential is going to be the magnets and the graphite at the moment. Since we did ramp up all the green electromagnetic turbine thingies. So if we take this, oh right. It's not really like I needed to do that, but I'm doing it anyway. Oh, wait, actually, maybe I did. Let's just make it so that first we get something that equals out in, or can be divided up into 6. So, because these are a bit weird too, right? Yeah, that was that 45 factory setup. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then another 15, 6, 12. Plus 3. And then we should be good. So because I added the belts to the right hand, like the back end of the factory, it makes it easier for me to copy it across, because you can't, like, you know, if I were to do the same thing from within here, right? I can't quite copy it across because... Actually, can I? Oh, never mind, I can. Okay. Because I was worried I wouldn't be able to get that piece of belt without also taking the factory with me, but it seems like you can actually do that, so never mind. Guess I don't have to worry about that. But it gives me something to aim for, I guess. I guess coincidentally that actually does mean that I do have to copy it from the back end if I want to extend it. But I mean, you would probably do that regardless, so it's not really an issue. But it's just another thing to consider, I guess. Okay, there goes the magnets. They're being like split up into the middle here and the right hand side. Okay. And then there's the graphite, which is going to be the bottleneck now, since that's also not made to be expanded upon in any way whatsoever. Like, no way. There's no space for it here. Because this is all like right on the dividing line. So that's one of those things where you probably might want to do it in a completely different location, but... Looking at this though... So what's the... grid like here? Okay. So I could be running 2 belts worth of graphite down here. We even only need 1, as a matter of fact. So what I would do is that I'll make a station here and just make the graphite factories down in line with these magnet factories. Oh, I know what to do. Let's actually do exactly that. Because if I remember correctly... Nah, crap. I remember wrong. Yeah, dismantle that. Okay, so we have to do a little bit of a different design, but it should work out. You need to keep enough of a clearance, of course, so that I can actually make all the belt connections, but I think we're okay. So we do this. Tell it to be graphite. So what's further down the line? Oh, there's a freaking oil deposit there. Okay. Okay, then we do have to make it that other way that I was just contemplating, which is okay. Actually saves a little bit of space. So this is gonna be a little bit of a different factory than what we're used to, because both the input and output are gonna be in the center line, like this. Because there's no reason to have it any other way. So they will be sharing the output, and then technically speaking also sharing the input, so... But we're just gonna make that wider than longer setup then. And hopefully we can fit it all in here. So we want graphite and coal. So local supply, remote supply, local demand, and remote demand. Put in some drones and vessels, and then we should be okay. Because then not only will this station go out and grab the stuff nearby, but other places can also, of course, still put things in. The factory is gonna look something like this. And then I suppose we can just make the power supply on one end, because it can reach, yeah, 3 factories, no problem. So as I said, a little bit of a different kind of factory setup, but not too different from what we're used to. So, since it's been normalized in that sense, we should just need 30 factories. Start by copying that. So it's divisible by 6. 12... 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. It will just barely fit in here. And we'll need some more smelters because apparently I ran out of those. Also, is this not... Yeah, this is an oil deposit. Okay. Let me just set this thing in here. Alright. Forget. There we go. Just so I can get rid of the oil that I've managed to pick up somehow. Ah, there it is. Let's get some of these bad boys. Let's actually set that up to 10 stacks. Because we're going to use those up real quick. But man, like, this is a factory. This is definitely a factory. Looking pretty good. It doesn't quite reach. Damn. Well, that's slightly annoying. I also just noticed another thing. This is not connected still. Oh well. We'll just do some on the opposite side for the time being, and then if it ever becomes relevant, we'll just tear them down to make room for another factory right next to it. And then that'll power it instead. Okay, Stream Raiders. There we go. Got 20 units. Should be fine. Question is, because this is one of those maps, isn't it? Let's try and do a bit of a different strategy and use haste and see how that goes. Because we want to be a little bit faster on our feet on this one, because those buffs are going to be helping us out if we get them. But we have to move around quite a lot, so... Seems to be working okay. That initial burst of speed gave us 2 buffs. 3 buffs now. A barbarian isn't quite sure on where to go. But the main force is taking care of the southern end. I'm sure we're gonna do fine. Now we're gonna be just fine. Right? It's not like they had some buffs in the bottom. Nah. We did it. No problem. You guys go get some scrolls. And then we're off to the loyalty token chest. So what do we have this time? Okay, so they're like all the way up to level 20s, but those the hooligans, so not too big of a deal. Someone's a bit impatient, I guess. Because the game wants me to put more barbarians down as like a daily quest thing, but I just can't at the moment, so... Trying to figure out what would be a good alternative. Because I can always put down a centurion. There is like a ball right here, so if we can get that buff, we'll be better off. And let's see, this is a level 1 ball, so if you want that, try and make some extra havoc, you can. Same with this one over in the left, I'll put down a melee spot as well. Don't put down a rogue, because they don't necessarily focus down on the balls. That's like dependent on how far away the buffing items are away from the enemy, so that and the level. If it's a level 10 ball, a rogue will always beeline for the buffs as far as I know, but other than that you're kind of just like, wait, that's ace, right? That's an ace. Nice. Looks pretty cool. What unit is that? It's a barbarian? Wait, what? It is a freaking barbarian. Arfars. Okay, well that's definitely ace from One Piece though. I can see that. It's pretty cool. And we'll be back to this later. In the meantime, our factory got built. And I suppose we might as well hook up this oil deposit here to a network. Don't see why not. And watch me one day, like in the future, be regretful of not making these interstellar logistics stations from the get-go. That is Future Dragon's problem. For now, this should be more than adequate, though. I mean, we can always... I guess we could always make like a congregation area where we take in local drones and then ship it off internationally, globally. No, what do you call it? Universally? What would you even say in that sense? I don't know. What I do know though is that we were making graphite. And when we're looking here, it should be a pretty much continuous stream feeding into this building here. Until it's full in like 2 seconds. Which is fine. It's more than fine. Because what we can do... Man, we could actually like feed it back in through the back. Around here. And I'd be totally happy with it. Do I want to do that? I mean, I don't see why not. Because all the Well, the sorters are gonna stay in place, so if I only delete the belt, I can just lay down new pathways underneath and they'll work out just fine. Because then what we'll do is that we'll take out... Oh, not coal, graphite. Pull it up. And then just run it along this here. To this point, and then... okay. Maybe here then. Then we just gotta build it through all this. So although this is basically now a pass-through for the factory, it does mean that if these graphite demanding factories are stalling at some point, then we can ship out the graphite. I mean, we could even make like a splitter system over near the station so that it prioritizes these factories, which we probably should do just for future-proofing it. So that it prioritizes filling up this factory setup before shipping out the graphite. Because it does local and remote demand of coal, and then it just ships out graphite after all. I guess there's no good way of doing that right now. I can think of something though. It's not as pretty as it previously was, but it might work. As long as I can get it up. Ah, crap. No. I cannot. What if we do this? Does this fit? It does. But this is a little bit of a dumb solution to get it up into height. It's not as pretty. It does work though. Like in a pinch. Because I was actually thinking on using that particular splitter, but using it over here instead. Since we can do like this, and then do the other one like we had before, but this splitter literally just moves it up a level slightly more compactly than a ramp, which is actually good to know. So it's more space efficient to move it up like this than an actual ramp if you have the ground floor space for it. But now what we can do here is that we prioritize this output up here. We don't need to put a filter, but as soon as it has that highlight and it says filter, now it's prioritizing that output. Meaning that we're still moving graphite into the logistics station, it's just that we're prioritizing the factories before we do that. And since this factory is already maximized in terms of bandwidth, there's no need to like worry about putting coal in from the back end. Because the whole reason why I'm putting in and taking things out from the same direction down where everything starts, and then it's because that allows you to build it indefinitely, you know, in the long distance, so that you don't have to ever pick belts back up and reconnect like inputs if it's on the far end, or outputs or whatever you have. You don't have to move stations, nothing. It's just you put it down and then you expand it as much as you need up to its maximum capacity, and then you move on to the next factory. That is kind of the idea. It's not exactly like a set and forget kind of mentality, but like a build only once kind of mentality. It's basically like making code. Program only once. You don't want to do things that you've done before from scratch. Usually. It's a little bit different when it's a video game. And I know you could argue that blueprints fall in the same category, and I'm not exactly using the blueprints as, you know, efficiently, let's put it, as you probably could. But I don't care, I'm having fun. So now, the only the main bottleneck here should just be the magnets. And then of course also the electromagnetic turbines, because we only have this factory over here and I didn't scale it up appropriately. We can get around that, mind you, but not here, not now. I would have to do something else for that to work. Or I can do it here, but not now. I need to make a separate factory for electromagnets, or whatever they're called, magnetic coils. And then we would need another electric motors factory. So basically would need to duplicate the whole setup we have to just the right of here. And the gears factory in order to completely fill out the capacity of this electromagnetic turbine setup. And then we would inject like the electric engines further down the line, so we could just run the belts on top of here and then pull them down whenever we need them for the second half basically, and it would work just fine. But honestly, we might as well just fuel it in from the opposite side, or just make that half of the factory somewhere completely different. Yeah, so basically like on this space over on the opposite side here where it's empty, we could essentially just copy this entire setup that we've already got back there with these, like all the way over here even, because we need these magnets for the magnetic coils. And that's why I don't want to do it right now, because it's like, you know, so many prerequisite factories we need in order to cap out on these electromagnetic turbines. And I mean, we've already expanded this factory so much, and the most that we get out of it is we get our T3 belts and stuff much more consistently. See, it's like all filled out now. So that's like the main thing, and if it's standing still anyways, we're overproducing. So at the moment I don't think we need to really worry about completely min-maxing the electromagnetic turbines. So we'll just leave it at this and then move back to what we were doing before this. Because all of those things just feed into a couple factories here, like, you know, we only use one at a time. So producing 30 a second is maybe a little bit overkill. Because this factory uses one, well, I guess it is one a second. But even assuming that, I guess we would be producing 15 per second or something right now. Like, that's still a lot. And we're also feeding them in here, which this whole building is stocking up on these super magnetic rings to act as a buffer if we ever need like certain growth, or suddenly need like a bunch of belts. And then we also need the, do we also need them over here? Doesn't even seem like it. No, we do. It's just they fit in through the back. Let's just for funsies take a look. I think it's just for this thing. This is really expensive though, so this one needs 50 over 15 seconds, meaning that... Oh, that's not math I can do in my head. God damn it. That would be, it would be more than like 15 per second or something, but that's still around what we're producing, so we could be making one of these every second, which we don't. Like, we only have one factory that consumes this anyway, so it's not really an issue. Okay. Well, now that we've pondered about that whole situation, let's move on, shall we? So, we were trying to make particle broadband. We need plastic, those green crystals, and carbon nanotubes. Okay, so I think we're only making plastic on one factory setup. Because here we have the factory that we've been working on, but we kind of just like stopped mid thing. So we can feed in one resource, that's all well and good. But we need more things though. How do we want to hook this up? Because this... Right. So carbon nanotubes and the crystals on the side, and then the input and plastic running through the middle there. Yes. Just trying to remember how it was supposed to go. If we build that here, we should have more than enough space to work with. So, main product here. Local and remote supply, that's fine. And then we have these, which might just be local supply and remote supply. I don't know if I want to do it that way. I guess it would actually be demand for this particular building or setup. We also want the carbon nanotubes, which is local and remote demand, and then plastic is local and remote demand. So far so good. Let's power that sucker up. Now the thing here is, because we're getting carbon nanotubes in transit, meaning that we are producing them locally, but since it's so little, we're sharing it between things, and I can't remember how it is. Plastic, of course, is being produced and only used in their own setup, so I don't know if we need to make a separate production for this facility. Effectively, we shouldn't have to, but eventually it might be preferable that we do so. Alright, I also need to be a little bit conscious about how I do this. Right. Hope we have enough inputs for this. So plastic goes in, thingamajiggies, particle broadband goes out, which means we would need to have crystal and carbon nanotubes go out here, and the same on the opposite side. Of course, we'll use this one. So it's not going to be a completely symmetrical setup, but you know, sometimes it's just a little bit more efficient that way. Ah, fuck. Just had a weird jolt in my finger for some reason. Okay, let's actually make this a little bit cleaner then. This is one of those places where you could do some fancy stuff, but I'm gonna refrain. I think we're gonna run these underneath. And do like this. That's not what I wanted at all. Can you like hack this so that you can get... Huh, interesting. That is very interesting. I feel like a hacker. So this is normally the minimum height difference that you can do, but I somehow managed to make like a half height belt or something, simply by abusing how it like raises up by half a height or whatever you want to call it before it flattens out. So just build it gradually, and then it allowed me to do it anyway. Very sneaky. Because this is illegal. this belt height is illegal. And we even have some outputs to spare. Very happy with that. So let's go and take a look at our plastic situation. That's over here. Yeah, and it's been like run over here. Oh man. Another epic unit, nice. Thanks for that. Oh, so this is actually tall enough so they can run over top of those sorters if I really wanted to. So I'm thinking, if I do this, then maybe we can squeeze a station in here. This is the plastic coming out here. Yes, so if we can squeeze this in here, we should be good. So that's literally all this station needs to do, is to be able to... Crap. Okay, so the idea is good, but I think... Yeah, I want to get a little bit more space. So I just thought of something. I'll just queue that up just so that maybe I don't forget. So I still want the station to be around here, just as far up in the corner as possible. But I do want to split it. When in doubt, split it out. That should be allowed, right? Yes. So this still feeds in like it did before. And then these, move them over to here. If I'm allowed to. Hook them back up again. So it goes back to that other thing I was saying earlier. I want to split them off before we put them into the station, because then I can add some priorities on where they should go first. So we'll prioritize the main line where they're usually used, just so that I don't end up extracting all the plastic first, or splitting it up evenly, I guess. No, it would actually be passing through the building, because things get reserved when it's in the orange, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it can be taken out. Guess there's an easy way to figure that one out. Let's see. Okay, so it doesn't actually. Good. Still good to know. But maybe that's because they only take like in chunks of 50 at a time. But I didn't want all the plastic to go in through this building and then be eaten up before it gets a chance to progress further on. So by putting the filter in, or the splitter in, we can prioritize it to go to its primary direction, and any excess that gets pushed through, we can send to other places, both locally and like across the universe. Also means we can start eating up some of this freaking fuel again. I know the factory is just right over here, but I think this is probably better than dragging a belt across. Though to be fair, I could set that to only distribute what's it called again? Like remote supply, not local supply. And then just drag a belt through it and using it as a pass-through that way. Because then it's still all the excess that gets sent over here. But then we're not using energy in order to move it across, then it's all for free. That's like the only thing I can think of. Wait a minute. Did I seriously? I did. I must have been sleeping when I built this. I forgot to... So I just copied the fucking whole thing across and I didn't put any starters on this whatsoever. Huh. Oh, Smoky T is in here with an Epic Barbarian. The familiar face. Oh crap, will I be able to do this? Yes. As long as there's only 2 belts, you can do this. Good, good, good. I mean, it's not the end of the world because we'll do this to copy it across as a fix, but I should just really have taken note of that to begin with. Core energy is low. Okay, we'll just stock it up then. This time I'm better prepared. Aha! Because having to go over and like refuel all the time is definitely one of those tasks, if you will, that just gets annoying after a while. It's not like in Factorio where you can just tell your drones to request items towards you, so that you automatically keep stocked up on the things that you're constantly using. Eh? What the hell? What happened there? Collide with other objects. Okay. Fair enough. So what you're telling me, game, is that I actually need to worry about this and not put down the factories that I copy across until all the belts are down, otherwise it completely messes up everything. Thanks. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Have we run out of? No, we have plenty of assemblers. Oh, it's the power. Right. Can't even freaking jump here. Swiggity swooty, I'm coming from that wireless power. But yeah, it is a little bit more efficient if you're also standing closer, but it's like you can't both always get power efficiently until you make the fuel that's actually useful. Which I want to make this first. And we can take a look at power generation afterwards. I mean, we're gonna need it if we want to travel between solar systems. Just makes things a little bit more convenient. Between planets too, because, you know, just taking off from the planet and going to the other, just one planet over, already eats up all the power that I have. So if we can get around that, that would be absolutely marvelous. Okay. Then we just need the other half. Another epic unit. Jeez, you guys are going crazy in there. Do you want me to start it early? Does it even matter at this point? Because I'm pretty sure it's been running for a while now. Build it, my minions. Yeah, so as expected, it's going to be the carbon nanotubes that are going to be the main issue here. I'm sure that if I end up making more of those, then it's going to be plastic. Since the only thing that's dedicated towards the production of this is this crystal silicon stuff. All the other two resources are like originally made for other factories, and we're just using the current excess. There it is. Just using the current excess to make this happen, so that we actually have something that works. Even if it's not completely efficient. Oh man, you guys should have told me that you needed more space. Maybe that's something I should have considered. Oh well. Well then, since we have this many epic units and we want those buffs and make the most out of them, I'm gonna give us some haste. Dun, dun, dun. That rogue is like running. Didn't get a buff out of it, but Smoky T did. And we're already done. Yeah, I could have started this earlier for all those epic units. Well, I hope you guys get some loyalty tokens that you can use. Here are some rewards extra for those people. And we're on to a gold chest. Okay, so not as many units, but they're all like level 20s now. So this is when it starts getting really difficult. So this is one of the things that I find a little bit obnoxious with Stream Raiders. It doesn't seem like it cares about how many people you are in a match. If that makes any sense. It only assumes that, oh, if you managed to do a previous map, then you can also get like, then you're gonna have more people participating in the next one automatically. And thus, that's how the balancing of the game sort of evens out. So you have like this expectation that you're going to get more and more and more and more and more people over the course of a stream, but that's just not always how that's usually not how it works. To a certain degree, but it's like a build up towards the bosses maybe, and then everyone just drops out. And then you're screwed in the next run to the point where you just have to forfeit like 3 matches over just to tune the difficulty down because it doesn't scale downwards well enough. Since it only considers like, oh, but you just had like 60 people, so you know you should be able to do like at least a 60 people match and then some on the next one, and then you fail and it's like, oh, okay, so you failed on this one that we expected you to be like 70 people on, or like, you know, you'd be strong enough to handle the difficulty on, so let's tune it down to 50 people, completely ignoring the fact that on that first go on the first map, round on the new map, you might only have been like 16 people, and that's why you were doing so poorly. And that's just terrible balancing in my opinion. So hope this is enough space for you people out there. And then it's like you lose another match, then they scale it down to expecting you to beat it with like 30, like to a difficulty that would be beatable with like 30 units, but because you failed in the literal first map, then you might only be 11 people. Then you fail the second time, then you're down to like 6 people, and it's like starting the whole Stream Raiders thing over again, because everyone just taps out because, you know, expectedly so. No one wants to like stick around something that's unwinnable 3 times in a row, because that's 1.5 hours that you have to constantly put units down, and no one wants that. Like, I really hope that the stream captains team, or whatever they're called, they realize the boo-boo they made there in terms of difficulty scaling, because there's nothing in the game you can do to make fights easier, right? Other than putting down epic units, and that's like gated not by, that's not like a pay to win thing, that's just gated by time, isn't it? Actually, now that I think about it, I've never really looked into if there's a way to pay to win that game. But yeah, I have contemplated, like, when we're in those situations, which are hard to predict, by the way, but I have contemplated just going in and just starting the matches 5 minutes in and just throwing the match just to force the game to scale the difficulty down, because waiting 1.5 hours makes it kind of pointless to participate at that point, right? Because you're just constantly losing. But that also means that I have to basically, you know, be conscious about the game for 15 minutes while playing a different game, and it's at minimum, you know, and I don't want to have to do that if I can, if it can be helped, at least. Okay, are these belts all upgraded? No. So I hope they fix that difficulty scaling somehow in the future, because right now it's just being an obnoxious thing to deal with, because there's no real good way to deal with it, I think, is the main issue, right? Be nice if I could just tell the game, like, oh yeah, or actually, you know, the best thing would be that I didn't have to tell the game anything. It would just see like, oh, okay, so you just had like a drop of several players, and then we'll scale it down. Of course, the issue with that is that they can only do that to a certain degree, because if you think about it, you know, the difficulty of the map gets determined before everyone puts their units down. So at the very least, the first map right after the boss battle is always going to be a wild card, because you can never tell if people are going to stick around or not, because sometimes people also stick around. But I guess the solution to that could literally just be that the very first match on a new map would be intentionally much easier than any maps further down the line, if you know what I mean. So basically, you would automatically tune down the max level difficulty, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, I can't quite copy that across like this. I need to make a change. But yeah, you would like deliberately scale the difficulty down in terms of the global difficulty, or whatever you want to call it. So that even if there is a drop off, which there usually is after the boss battle, the people that stay, those 30-some people out of 60, for instance, they would still be able to beat the first map on the new go, or whatever you want to call it, like new round. It's like, is it level for the individual things, and then the map is like the overall thing? I can never really figure that out. But yeah, like basically make it so that there's like an incentive to continue playing for other people as well. I don't know. Because the rewards for the first maps are always kind of shite anyway, so maybe that's also another cause for concern, because that's maybe one of the main reasons why people drop out. Because you just did the boss battle and they're like, oh, now it's gonna be like another 2-3 hours before I can get a reward that actually, you know, that I actually care about. So I'm just gonna go and watch a different, participate in a different stream raiders thing until this other streamer gets to the same point. And then, you know, you could cycle through them, I guess, if you're playing it that actively. To the on the cost of everyone else, of course. Which is not the individual person's fault, that's still the game developers that need to do something about it. Okay, so graphene is what we're needing. Now the issue is that I can expand the factory, but I need soil. Soil is getting harder and harder to acquire on this particular planet. There's not much left in terms of terrain difference, or terrain height difference. So we're getting close to that point in the game where I have to go to a completely different planet just to get soil now. Like, there's a little bit on these raised green areas here, but it's not much. Some planets do have almost like mountainous kind of terrain, but I guess they didn't want to go too wild on the height difference in terrain because it would look weird, probably. Because you would get those very sharp edges that would just go on for miles and miles. I wonder, is there actually anything in this game that is truly infinite? I think maybe the gas giants might be. That's like one of the only infinite resources. I'm not talking about power. Once you get a Dyson Sphere going, you can have infinite power, no problem. Because the panels, they no longer deteriorate. But in terms of actually making stuff, like there's a limit on how much iron ore you can get on all that, unless that upgrade actually goes all the way to 100% reduction in how much ore you consume. If it went beyond negative 100% or like resource consumption when mining, would it then be putting things into the deposits? I mean, in theory, that's what it would mean, but it might just be capped out at like 100%, maybe even less. Yellow Science Factory, graphene, fiddlesticks. Well, that means that we'll probably have to make a separate graphene production plant sometime. Maybe even sometime soon, because this takes for freaking ever. But hey, then we can get around to making a better one, maybe. Yeah, I should probably have made this like a wider factory situation. We could still do that to a certain degree. But then I probably don't want to, in case I need to expand the other factory. Damn it. Could always move the yellow signs thing as well, like move it further down or something, but no power. There we go, much better. So while they build that, how much? Well, I guess we have this entire blank spot of the planet. That's still lots of space. There's actually a statistic too, which is it even visible here? Yes, construction area. 82.9% construction area, meaning that everything else is probably water. And you can see like solar energy and wind energy ratio, and then the crude oil production, this entire planet. It's 33 items a second. So barely what you can... Oh, that's actually interesting. So that's barely what you can fuel down like one belt. So we went around and hooked up all the oil deposits on the planet. We can just barely fill out a belt full of oil. At T3 at least. Yeah, I don't really want to move this science production. Okay, so something else I want to check out is this situation of these electromagnetic cannon thingies. Yeah, so they would have to be placed all the way down. That is annoying. So on this band, huh? And then for making it easier, just barely doesn't fit here. That's all because of those ray receivers there. Because I need to have some more of these electromagnetic cannons, but where? That is the good question. Because I do want it to be a complete loop, preferably. We have the water supply there, but... So that's just for funsies, try and do it this way. Lump, lump. That would work, but... So I could do like this, basically, right? What about the belts? Can I make them so that they would actually reach all the places they need to? Oh, this is annoying. That's why I wanted it to run along here. I'm pretty sure if I do this, then the sorter won't be able to reach. No. Okay. No biggie, we can make it work, maybe. Oh, we can definitely make it work, it's just a matter of how, of course. Okay, so if we assume that we're gonna always be putting the belt in the middle there. So we just standardize that. Well, then it can definitely reach. So let's try and put down some of these. So this would be the pattern we would repeat all the way around. We will need to extend a little bit into that water deposit there, but we can otherwise build it all the way around in like a nice shape there. And if we put a station around here, just barely, literally just barely fits. It's just 2 tiles and where it does actually fit. That's all we need. That's all we need. And then number 1, you need to be solar sails. You need to demand that stuff. Well, but that's only part of the design here. What about the Tesla towers? Okay, so we can put them here. Good. Okay, that'll work. So that should reach everything if we just repeat that pattern across. Very nice. Okay. I think we're gonna build the belt, the power supply manually. I mean, these are usually fairly unique sort of setups anyway, so it's not really like an issue to make most of this by hand. There's also a set and forget setup that you complete it entirely from like when you're building it. So what we can do though, so we can add these those sorters are gonna look a little bit interesting, let's put it that way. But as long as they actually don't collide with each other in any of these weird sort of combinations, because these grids don't exactly align now, do they? Oh, this one wasn't actually like allowed to, huh? Okay. Okay, since I'm tired of these drones flying all the way around, let's just get this belt built and then take care of the rest afterwards. Pretty sure we can take that out. Yes. Okay. Unfortunately, we can't... Actually, we should be able to, right? Because if I just use my plus and minus things... Hey, Loki, how are you doing? I heard that you got a little bit into like a bedridden situation, mate. Hope you're doing okay. I read that you were like feeling very, very unproductive. What better way to spend your time than come watch some stream, eh? Not the most productive, but hey, it's something. Indeed. So what exactly did you do, if you don't mind me asking? How did you fuck up your foot so badly? Oh, like a item, okay. Let's go and grab some. Somewhere around here. We're also in need of sorters, it seems. Yeah, this box. Put it into the box. Honestly, depression and frustration follows doing nothing all day. Can't deal, okay? You was out climbing and you slipped. Ow. Well, and you didn't do a nice landing, I take it. So you didn't fall gracefully, I suppose. Because I think, didn't you also write that you started climbing recently and you were really enjoying it or something? Foot slipped off a tiny foot grip and hit the mat. The reaction caused you to fall and you landed straight on your toes. Oh. 4 months ago. Okay, like starting to climb, right? Not, you haven't been injured for months. That would have been fucking insane. Right? Right. I hope not. So your toes just got completely bendy bent the wrong way and all fucked up, I suppose. Your foot dug into the mat and your entire body weight twisted it so bad it... Oof. Ow. Ow. That's almost painful just reading that. Yeah, you dislocated your foot. Damn. Sporty activities are dangerous. I was tired of all these factories being T1. So now they're T2. Ugh. Interesting though. Wait, what's going on here? What are you missing? Oh crap. I must have forgotten or not noticed this particular detail. Okay, there we go. That's better. And the pain! I can only imagine. Well, I read what you wrote, so... I do seem to recall exactly how painful you wrote it was. I have broken stuff in the past, but I don't think I've ever dislocated anything like that. And the stuff that I broke was literally like way long time ago. I'm dead since Wednesday, but still. Got about 2 weeks more. Yay. Well... Don't know what to say. Find something to distract yourself with. You've never broken a bone. I've only done it while I was still a child, so I don't remember anything. It was the collarbone I broke, apparently, but it didn't stay broken for all that long, so... My parents were very surprised at how fast it healed back then. But you're welcome to stick around and watch if you can't bear the pain of playing yourself. I'll try and make it more tolerable at least. If it helps. Because we're building a factory in space. Find something to distract yourself with. Hello! Yeah, exactly. Get back to work soon, it's just taking a break. Oh, okay. So you're working from home then? Going from a kitchen hard. I've done that as well, but a little bit under different conditions though. Lack of item. Wait. Ah crap, I forgot to pick up those. Damn it. Oh shit. Okay, our power production is just like plummeted. Well, not really plummeted, but it's been gradually going down, I suppose. There. Yeah, we're working on a factory. I've been playing on this for a couple sessions now, as it says in the title, but I've also played this game, but that's the wrong thing in there. God damn it. Keep doing this. By accident. We've gotten pretty far, I would say. There's also still a lot left to do, but eventually you do get into that end game zone where it's just like Factorio. You just keep doing more of the same. We're not quite there yet, but I don't know how much I'm gonna continue playing when we get to that point, because eventually I'll probably want to prefer going into a different game than continue playing here. A simpler Factorio. Don't know if simpler is... It's like a way to put it, I suppose. It's a different kind of Factorio. There's no enemies yet. They did say that it is within the cards, but not at the moment. But this is more like a, currently speaking, peaceful factory building game. Need to figure out where these freaking solar sails are coming from. But yeah, you build your factories on these planets and you generate power, and then you can transport things between planets. We could do the new Pathfinder game. It has co-op. Kingmaker was awesome. Yeah, I've watched a little bit of it. Looked pretty interesting. I've never played a Pathfinder game though. But I've seen a little bit of Kingmaker. And I was intrigued, but I just have other priorities, I think. There's other games I would rather play, I believe. On stream as well. So just down there, okay. Want to change this setup a little bit. But yeah, you don't have trains in this game, you have... what are they called again? These logistics vessels instead. And drones. Kingmaker was solo sadly, but they have made a new story of co-op as a new game with added stuff. Alright. Well, it's good to have a game that can completely take your attention. Okay, this should be working now. Stream Raiders, 58 units, holy fucking shit. Okay. I need to give you guys some more room soon. I think we can do just a haste buff down here and everything else should sort of work out. Because the line breakers don't tend to do too well against a lot of enemies. Just exploded those guys. But yeah, I also don't really have a lot of money to go around, so I need to be very, very cautious about which games I invest in the near future. Because I'll be having even less, or I do have less disposable income now than I did just 2 weeks ago. Unfortunately. Well, that was an easy win. Well, here you guys go, some rewards. At least the rewards scale up based on how many people are participating, so that's at least something. It seems like we'll be making it to the boss battle too. Neverwinter Nights. Oh. Neverwinter Nights was... the first one was really good for a couple reasons. Which unit to put down? Because I want to save a really good one for the... I'll probably use the Templar maybe on the boss battle. So I guess I could come in with like a major sort of... maybe the Orc Slayer. Orc Slayer might do it. So some units here. And like either a melee unit there or there to take that buff up there. Similarly, there's a ball level 1 there. The level 10 ball there, so if you put down a rogue, you can get that buff and cause some havoc before you die. Putting units down here would be suicidal. So, Craxus is being a little bit suicidal today. I guess I'll have to put in some more space for you guys. Put some support units around there maybe. And the rest is kind of a little bit up for grabs. I think I covered everything, right? There is a buff right here, but if you put down a melee unit, you're probably just gonna get ganked before you get it, so... Someone's still gonna try, but... yeah, that's up to you guys. Okay. Look. Let's get rid of this really long belt. So we're sacrificing the cost of free energy for the sake of flexibility. Could just have put a splitter on it before we put it into a thing, but I actually want to get rid of this really long ass conveyor belt here that's just going across the entire planet. Replace it with a logistics station. So we do like that. Put that in here. Wait, I'm only doing the one lane, single lane here? Hold on a second. Wait. Oh, that's an oversight. Oh. That's a massive oversight on my behalf. Crap. Okay. That's actually a little bit annoying, all things considered. I must have completely forgotten about this. Neverwinter Nights 1 with Pathfinder rules, team of characters instead of just one with hirelings. I mean, I saw a Pathfinder, Kingmaker that is. The reason why Neverwinter Nights was so good is because their level editor was so flexible. For the same reason why Warcraft 3 was so good. In reality. Because you can do just about anything with the Neverwinter Nights level editor if you wanted to. It's one of the main reasons why I enjoyed it so much. Neverwinter Nights 2 just never really had the same like impact as the first one to me though. Oh, it's like super wild. Like you can, it's like almost as flexible as the Warcraft 3 editor. You can make like custom everything in a very similar fashion where you're utilizing the pre-existing assets and all that, but you put them together in new ways. There's like a billion tile sets too, so you know, in terms of dungeon layout, you can do a lot of stuff. Their trigger system, like everything is like available to you, so you can make everything that's possible, you know. I mean, it is a level editor, so it's really good. I made like my own campaign stuff for that back in the day that, you know, never got released, but I did it as like a just messing around kind of thing, and I just had a lot of fun with it, really. And you could make content that was virtually as large as you wanted it to be. Do I have the feeling of RP Neverwinter Nights 1? Yes, I would agree. Now imagine that, like, in all terms and effects, you could essentially make your entire like D&D campaign with Neverwinter Nights if you wanted to. That's how flexible the editor was. To have fun. Yeah, exactly. But it was so fucking wild, because the way that Neverwinter Nights works at its core in terms of how level design and such is hooked up with everything, it's all just a portal from one area to another, so you can have a really, really complex dungeon layout, you can have a really complex world layout, and have it interconnect in various ways, like, oh, now you sail with a boat from this continent to this other continent, and you do a whole thing just there within Neverwinter Nights. Yeah, I can imagine, but they probably went along with it as like a general tool, so, you know, once you make it work with one thing, then it works with everything else, if that makes sense. Program once and all that stuff, and then you just make it really, really flexible, so probably not that difficult if you just think about it in a certain way. Where are they? There they are. It's gonna take a little while to make this setup, I'm sure. It also takes quite a while to make something worthy in that engine, though. Because although it's very easy to use, there's also so many options that if you want it to be up to the same quality standard as the base game. And then again, I guess you can actually go, you can go like really above and beyond and make something that's way higher quality than the base game even was, right? They didn't even, they barely even scratched the surface of how complex you could make the levels. Current job's trying to do the same, but they want to study the game generalism of the app needs, so it's just a mess. Nice. At least it's keeping you busy. In a annoyingly sadistic way, I guess. Yeah, we're using a lot of power all of a sudden. Okay. You're trying to affect change slowly. Okay. So what do you mean with affecting change, exactly? You want to affect them to like go in a different direction than what they're currently doing? Is that what you mean? Pushing for an architecture meeting, it's finally happening. Ah, okay. So it is that what you mean. But that's probably a thing that's going to happen if you, or something that's probably going to happen when you try and make something that's so general in its, for its use cases or whatever, is that you're going to run into a lot of edge cases where you need to like refactor a lot of code in order to just make it work universally. Or maybe not a lot of cases, but there might be some edge cases. Hey Toto, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Giving you till December, okay. Oh, the vision is good for a 4-year schedule, okay. That's a long time to be running on the same plan too.
fly jumbo jet with one of these monkeys.
What, with these cannons? I don't know. Probably if you... Actually, yeah. You probably could. Even with the quote-unquote ammunition that they're using. Even if it's like a solar sail. It's a very weird thing. They don't make any sound when they shoot. There we go. I just need to power these suckers. Oh yeah, Streamers is also going, Toto, if you want to participate. I think was this the... I think... Is this the boss battle? No, it's the map before the boss battle, so... So we're like getting pretty close to the boss. So what are you doing today, Toto? You playing some Minecraft or are you placing some Rimworld? Like I happen to have some time available today because I'm ahead in terms of the exercises for my class or whatever you want to call it. So wanted to play some Ouija games. Bit of both, okay. At the same time. Because that's dedication. Pew pew. Yeah, they're not shooting that frequently, probably because they need power, right? 20 a minute. That's their ejection speed. Oh no, wait, they are short on solar sails. Why is that? That's because this thing is not... Yeah. Okay. Let's actually just insert these suckers here. Starting out hard with an epic orc slayer. Okay. Very well. Should help out quite a bit. Okay, so this should do something. That's interesting. Why is it not? Probably because it's being extracted faster than it's being deposited or something. It's kind of weird that. Why is it only being put along one belt at the moment? There's like a catch-22. If we need more power to produce the solar sails, and putting more solar sails into space gives us more power, then it's like, okay. At least something is happening now. So if we look at the Dyson Sphere grid here, it's a little bit easier to see what's going on. So this is our generation capacity. We have 18,000 solar sails in total. If we look into the Dyson Sphere statistics, oh, we have 0 consumption a minute. Okay, so that means that the whole Dyson Swarm, sorry, has been like standing still for quite a bit actually. That's peculiar. Because otherwise that number would have been higher than 0. When you place your crutch on a rock on the floor and it moves. Sketchy. Just don't do the limbo in your state, okay? Can you promise me that? Get up with your weight on the foot to avoid falling. Pain. Yeah. I am not envious. Not envious at all. Okay, let's get these freaking last things built here, because I've been able to see these through the planet for a long time now, and it's really... Oh wait, this is that other one. Right. I remember now. I remember why this is here. I'm sure you're gonna survive. You will see another day and live through it. Okay, so this is all the organic crystal stuff. And this over here should be that fiber broadband stuff. Particle broadband, my bad. So they're still short on the carbon nanotubes in terms of long-term stuff, but it's still coming through, so it's not like they're not doing anything. It's just super freaking slow at the moment. Thank you for your sympathies. You're welcome. You're definitely welcome. Okay, so we needed this for information matrices, and to continue, or for the other thing, we need processors, and processors need circuit boards, and they need, what are they called? Microcrystalline components. So, okay, I think we should start with the processor factory. Or maybe we should just start with the... Because all the power generation should hopefully normalize at some point, right? It has to. Because we'll be generating more and more and more. Unless... Because the thing is, these buildings are what generate power out of our solar cells. And they have a generation capacity as well. And it's dependent on how long they've been running up to a certain point. So these currently produce, this one does 10.9 megawatts. So it's requesting, yeah, 21.6 megawatts, which is the utmost capacity that this one can generate. And if we look at it in terms of our Dyson swarm or sphere, it tells us that we're not, like, it's not big enough. So in other words, if we just put more of those solar cells out into a Dyson swarm, then we're going to generate more power just naturally. But that means we're going to need more graphene. Oh god. You're not defending against anything. These are electromagnetic rail injectors. These are shooting these solar cells into space. So they're shooting these hexagonal plates into space. And what they do is that they circle around the sun and reflect light off. And that gets focused into these ray receivers here that then generate energy through it. So a bit of a different take on solar panels, I guess. Because you can also make regular solar panels, but they work in a little, you know, they are a little bit different in that sense. So the idea is that you shoot those panels into space to increase your production, but those blue beams or whatever projectiles, those are the panels being shot into the sphere, or swarm in this case. And it's not really going that fast, as you could probably tell, because it's kind of dependent on the rotation of the planet in comparison to the Dyson swarm. So if they don't have a clear line of sight enough, they won't be able to shoot. That is like the caveat there. And my solar panel or sail production was like here, but it's very limited. Maybe I need to take a look at let's see what's going on. I think I have an idea of what's going on already. Okay, so photon combiners are required. I think I remember where those were coming from. So it's coming from over here, and these are just hella slow. Okay. But they also need circuit boards. That's what the cannons are for, Toto. They're for shooting those solar sails into space. Here we go. So this is our bottleneck. The circuit board's not getting enough copper ingots. So if we just go into third person map mode and see. Yeah, so it's coming from over here. Right. Okay. They're all like clawing for that remaining copper ore there. Do want to get rid of the copper ore here because once I do I can just pull the whole factory down. So let's do like this for the time being. There we go. So that is the bottleneck. This is not getting copper anymore because, well, it's just running off this one deposit here. A lot of these machines aren't even harvesting anything because they're out of reach. Out of reach. So what we can do, and should do, but where do, is that we should add some copper here. Guess we might as well do it at the same station. So if we do remote demand on this sucker, then we just get our copper plates in. And then eventually, yeah, we can just completely reverse this belt here. Can actually already do that, I think. Because it's just coming from over here anyway. Copper is still being used other places, so it's still going to consume it rather slowly, but it's going to get rid of the copper eventually. But for functionality's sake and for getting power, we should probably just do this. So now I requested copper from these logistics vessels, so they're coming in literally right now, it seems. Yep. There we go. All the copper in the world. Which means we get our circuit boards, which are required for the solar sails. And then hopefully that means that we can get that production flowing again. And eventually we can get rid of all this copper production here anyway. So I've basically got like a setup on another planet that takes in copper ore and smelts it and sends it out from there. So not only is it mining copper locally, where this planet's supplies are running rather low, we're below 1 million copper ore and almost 1 million iron ore remaining. Where on the other one it was like 15 million or 20 million or something ridiculously high in comparison. So it's gonna last for a long while, and even when that planet runs out, because of the way it's hooked up, I can make a, I guess it would be an interstellar mine or something, but basically a mine on another planet in a different solar system or planet. There's like one more planet in this solar system, and you just take those resources and move them over to the smelting planet and take it from the smelting planet over here. That is kind of the idea. Okay, so now we're making some solar sails. This looks a bit better, doesn't it? Still really slow, but at least it's going somewhere now. I think that is pretty important, because if I don't, then we're gonna run out of power. And there are other ways that you can get power around too. You can make accumulators to store the power, and then you can make like a charging facility. So instead of like you can technically produce power on one planet and move it onto another one, and then decharge those same accumulators and then send the uncharged ones back. But that is a lot of work. That is a lot of work. Don't even, guess it's under transportation. Should you make this energy exchanger, which I'm not making these yet. I'm not even making the accumulators either. Oh wait, no, I think actually these, I think we might actually be making those. What am I saying? I'm just not making the accumulators. Getting a little bit lost here. There's the science lab, so it's around up here. Okay, maybe we're not making them. Nah, it doesn't look like it, because they would probably be around here. But we could. Because all of those materials are already down at the end there, pretty much. What about accumulators? Oh, those need those green crystal things. I only recently started making those. Okay, well, guess for now we might as well return to a processor situation. Is this empty? It looks empty. That's nice, because that's more space cleared out. Oh, right, so this is for the silicon factory thingy. Okay, that's cool. It seems like there's still some stone coming through, but not an awful lot anymore. It's going like this super long road from all the way up here, though. So maybe we can consolidate this so that... get rid of that last deposit of 11,000 a little bit faster. Oh, there's two. God damn. So we can do some smart stuff maybe. So if I put these further away, should be able to put more drills around, right? Because as long as this cone in front of it is just barely touching, then we're good. And the way these games works, then you can attach multiple drills to the same thing. It just means that they collectively harvest that one node a little bit faster as a result. So though it does look kind of weird, it does work. 59 units? Jeez. Everyone's like really trying to get in on that last event action there. Damn, there's a lot of people in here. Holy crap. Well then, let's not keep you guys waiting. Let's get some haste and get going then. What the hell is this? Oh my god, I love that fucking skin. That's so adorable. And then at the same time also very morbid. Toto up here like fucking making names. I've got 4 epic units on this map. There's no way we're losing this. So that rogue down there is getting pelted. A warrior. Yeah, I've also put down an Orc Slayer. It's that gnome thing from the last event. Okay, that was like a bit of overkill. Hope everyone sticks around. Here's some rewards for you guys. Yeah, I hope everyone sticks around because it's a loyalty boss chest. Oh, and my wall beast is ready. Okay, is there any buffs around this? There is. There's a single ball there that which might be a trap. Oh man, I really hate this map layout. This fucking sucks. Oh, you made a mistake putting down epic. Well, I told you this. It was the thingy, wasn't it? But what's done is done. Okay, so my idea is that we build up our forces on this northern side and then we just like wall down, and then any archers that want to, you can add your units onto the sides here because you're going to be in cover, so should be able to get some free kills before they get to you, if they get to you. Another epic unit already. Holy crap. Is that a wall beast? It's like a giant buffalo. Very nice. Alright, we'll check back to this later. Okay. So let's try and hook this freaking mess up. I don't know, at this stage I could just not give a damn and just cover it up with foundations. You can do that, right? You can hide ores, so... But I decided against it. I'm harvesting every last stone on this bloody planet, damn it. Okay, that should work. Because then I can get rid of all those belts and never have to worry about it ever again. Still have all this coal here though, which is kind of... Slots are full, good. We do need coal, but this is like in a bit of a dumb spot now. Alright, Loki. Yours is supposed to be like working, right? I won't tell, but still. I do save my VODs, so if any of your colleagues happen upon the VODs for some reason on YouTube, they've got documentation for where you've been. Or at least partially. Let's do like this instead. There we go. So we can start harvesting this coal, but also like now this is set up, now I don't have to worry about it until we start really wanting to get rid of that coal, I guess. Okay, so got a little bit distracted from that rock deposit that was almost removable. Science labs. That's what we want. So all the science needs to go up here. And we're making information matrix. In the matrix. Ah, god damn it. Okay, well let's go and fetch some science labs then. Because without it, we can't do anything. Here. Let's just take 100. Then I don't have to walk twice at least. Do you think... No, we have sorters, okay. Then we should have everything we need. Just pick up another 100 of those. Let's get on with the sciencing then. Science labs are usually not too big of a deal. Because though you can make them scalable, there's also still, like, at least at this point in the game, a limit on how crazy you really truthfully have to go, or can go with these. And these also require 2 resources? Okay. It's not a 1-to-1 mix though. Fair enough. Okay. Trying to think on how I want to do that. Agreed with them what needed to get done. It will be done by the morning, so it'll be fine. Okay. It's kind of resting your foot here. How would I want to do this? Because I think I know what I want to do, but the question is always the how. Ooh, this looks promising. I like where this is going. Oh, apart from that thing. Okay, can I make a transition here that works a little bit better for me? Don't think there is. This won't work, right? This will be too steep. No, this will work. Oh. Okay. Because now I should be able to put them... Ooh, yes. Okay, this is going to be a little bit of a weird one. I like making weird things, though. And on this side, it's just going to be a straight through. Can take there and then up. Same on this side. Okay, so this should do the trick. We could even put power here and everything would be self-contained. Nice. Just not power right now, but that's okay. So I'll try and explain a little bit what's going on here in a moment. It's a little bit easier when the whole thing is built. I think in this case, oh yes, there we go. Okay. Oh shit, no, I can't put those there. Because I need this piece here. Okay, well then... there's nothing that doesn't tell me that I can't put it down in the middle there. Let's reach everything, right? Yep. That will work. Even saving a whole bloody Tesla power. Tesla tower thing. Okay. So what's going on here is that these information matrices need 2 processors and 1 of that particle broadband. So I needed to figure out a way how to have 2 inputs for the processors, which is going to be these 2 belts on the right here. And I needed to figure out a way how to feed that in with the least amount of space utilized. And I think this is about as compact as I can get it. Question, of course, is going to be how well I can scale this. But it should be fine. And this is where the output comes through, so let's try and make this, because now we can try and copy it and see if it works. So if I copy this across, will it let me? Ah, I forgot. Wait, no, doesn't it still work? Yeah, it should still work. So if I plonk that down there, does it seem right? It seems right to me. Oh, it won't let me. Oh, it's because of that thing. Okay, so I cannot do this connection, unfortunately. That needs to be done after copying. Okay, that's fine. I can manage that. Yes, now we can copy paste this across. Nice. So the only thing we have to do manually is drag it over across here. So got 6 lines for these. Okay. Which means we just need to copy across once more and we are technically done on the copy part. Definitely beats having to rebuild this particularly wonky setup multiple times. Definitely beats that. So the particle broadband is right here. We could actually make this station do double time, so because we have 1 slot remaining. So if we take the processors and say local and remote demand on that one, then we can just feed it out from this building and not worry about a thing, because there's more than enough outputs and I just needed that 1 extra material, so why not? So in essence, for this, it just acts as like a pass-through, as we've done a couple times before. And then for the other one, just need to hook it up. Then we need to make the processor factory too, so which does have to be sent over by drones, or we can like pass them through and then remove from the station later, but for now it's here. We just stack these things on top of each other. So feed that in there. And we just run this line across here. Nope, not that far. God damn it. Loading belts are always a little bit weird when it comes to perspective, Because it almost looks like it's on the ground here when you don't have the grid. But then you rotate the camera and it's all like, oh right, this is in the air. So lining things up becomes a little bit hard. But it's nothing too bad. Okay, so now we just need the bloody processors. Of course, we're a little bit short on space because we have to mine this crude oil deposit. And I'm running out of soil, and that's all the soil we had. God damn it. And this place over here has already been pretty flattened down. Yeah, there's like... I don't think there's even any soil left. If there is, it's just going to be scraps at this point. Well, we have all the fuel we need on us, so... off we go! Okay, so which planet was it again? Okay, so it's the one... there. Could have marked it, but this was more fun. But yeah, you can see the power on the bottom of the screen. That's how much is on the mech. And as you accelerate up to, we're like going 1400 and something meters per second, you know, all that requires power. There we go. You don't want to completely drain it too, because if you do, you're just walking around like a freaking slob. But this is our volcanic planet. So before we do anything, I need to charge back up again. We can always just make a makeshift station like this whenever we need it, so... there we go. So this is our ore processing planet, and as you can see, we've got almost 20 million, iron and copper ore on this one alone, and like 1 million silicon. Ton of stone and coal as well, so shouldn't be running out of materials anytime soon. But yeah, we're just like doing a mix of transporting some ores and some ingots away from this planet. This is like all iron ingots over here. So this is where it's all coming from. Here's the copper. And the smelteries don't have to be bigger than this, because you can only transport 30 items a second on the highest tier belts, so making it any bigger than this is literally just a waste of time. You can make multiple ones though. You can also feed them into the same logistics stations without problem. Like, that's not an issue. But, you know, at that stage you might as well just make them their individual interstellar logistics stations, because that gives you more vehicles to transport stuff around, amongst other things. Right, so you can distribute it much easier instead of relying on that one station. Now, we came here to get soil though. I maybe should have taken more foundations with me. Oh well. But this is maybe not the best. Maybe I should have gone to the frozen planet. Maybe that might have been better. I haven't been there yet though, so I don't want to end up stuck either, so might need a bit more planning than just like, oh, we're just gonna go and pick up some soil. But yeah, soil is like a separate resource, which is a little bit weird after all, so... because it's obtained by putting down foundations in areas where the terrain is just slightly higher than normal. But it's subtracted whenever you're putting down foundations where it's the opposite. So if there's water that you want to fill in, you're expending soil. And if there's like a slight hill that doesn't really do anything like here, then you're obtaining soil. So trying to just distribute those foundations over a wide area to make the most out of it is like the most efficient that I've found. And that's what we're doing now. So there's no like pattern to this. This is just like pure chaos. But it works. It works. It definitely works. I have 160k soil right now, so that's a good amount. So we'll just, maybe we should just use up all the foundations. Of course, the problem arises if we return to this planet later and need soil here as well, because then we have to go to a third planet to do the same. But some of the planets don't have any water on them or liquids in general, so there's nowhere to deposit soil, meaning that they also usually have a lot of hills on them, or like short mountain ranges. Everything's a little bit relative when you're a giant mech like this. But you're, you know, about twice the height of a tree or something. That's the best way that I can like put it. Okay, that's a bad spot to go and get soil. But yeah, we're not getting a lot of soil from around here at all. Hence why I mentioned the other planet, because I haven't been there yet, but there's a good chance that it might not have any water on it, and the terrain that's there is a little bit more steep. Okay. Oh, this is nice. Look at all those blue lines going across the screen there. Now that's what you call power. You can also see like just the brightness from the Dyson swarm from where they've started building it up again. That there's way more in that end than everywhere else. Doesn't this look fucking cool as hell, or what? So this is a Death Star? Not really. Not really. But also kinda. So if we look at our Dyson Swarm statistics here, the size of the Dyson Swarm has actually gone down, which is probably why we've been losing power. And the whole reason is just because they die off over time and we weren't producing any new, so they weren't being replaced. So we go into here, you can see now that we've got some stats on that. So the consumption is now going up because they've started dying off. So our production needs to exceed the consumption, otherwise we're just maintaining our current power production. And those numbers are going to change sporadically until it's like a stable production and consumption. But this is okay. It's also going up faster than the consumption, and the consumption is going down still. Yeah, you can also see from the graph it just like exploded here, and now it's trying to figure out like, okay, how fast can we actually do this? And our power production should also rise alongside it, hopefully. Okay, so foundations, that's what we're gonna go for. Let's just charge up before we do that though. Those not... Yeah, they're not receiving oil, okay. The reason why these are is because there's a station right there. It's only being fed in from this point. That's okay. As long as most of this is running all the time, then it's not a problem. Actually, reminds me. So, okay, so the global crude oil production has gone down, but it's only gone down by like 1 per second. So it's gonna take a while for it to, if at all, drain entirely. Still don't know if that's even possible, but I'm a little bit fearful that it might be. Right, so this is why the foundation production is going by so slowly. Aha. So we've got steel going in here. It's also coming from this here. Okay. That's a bit unnecessary. So why don't we reverse this logic a little bit? This should be allowed, right? Yep. So instead of going the way it was, we'll just do the opposite. Because then I don't have to move the foundation production around here. How do I want to do this? Oops, not that. This. So if we feed you in there, down here. Let's actually do it down here instead. Because then we can just feed this along there. Since all the steel is still being produced here, it's just really, really slow. Because we have some local iron deposits I want to get rid of. Gonna prioritize that input. There we go. Because I do want to make sure that we get enough foundation since we were running low. But this should do the trick. Don't know if I want to upgrade the steel production at some point. Where does this go? This goes all the way around here. Okay. Oh yeah, this is where the steel's coming from. My bad. Get some upgrades in here. I think this is also all locally supplied only, right? Yeah, it seems like it. So in other words, when this iron deposit runs out, then this whole steel production is going to be defunct anyway. But for now, this does work indeed. And it's going to be replaced by a station eventually, and then just make this steel remotely. That's not now. Right now we're doing purple science, which requires processors, which I've mentioned like a billion times at this point. But that's usually how it goes with factory games, right? So for processors we need... Tempted to do a doubled up factory so that they share the load so I don't make it super long. Because then I only need to extend it by 50% instead of by 200. Let's see if it's even... I mean, I'm pretty sure it'll be doable, of course, but you never know. You never know. So they only require 2 components and they're equal in quantity, so all you need to do is just make them share the output lane like this. So this is fairly easy to do. Let's just make it so that we can copy this across though. And for power, we just chuck one of these bad boys in here. And that should pretty much do the trick. Well, there's more than enough space in between those and this station here. 68 units, okay. We're all ready to go. Thanks for spreading out, though do remember that buffs only have like so much of a reach, but we have some range units here. Very curious to see how much damage you're gonna do. We'll go for some speed so that we can come and help you out sooner rather than later. Let's kick off this battle. See how it's gonna go. Okay, so all the units are just gonna like completely ignore the ranged units standing in defense. Okay, that's interesting. Apart from the referees, of course. They did get a few shots in before they completely just abandon you. Because the middle is open, so it's not like you had to walk a massive different distance either. Alright, that was a really quick match and we barely lost anyone. Out of 68 units, 55 were surviving, so it's interesting how it still says one enemy left, but whatever. So who gets the scrolls? Damn! No! I was just about to say, better hope you don't get that. Well, there you go, Toto. Another monk scroll to your collection. Smoky T grabbing that musketeer scroll, and Ketuzane getting 50 coins. Yeah, I know you really don't like those, but that's the boss defeated. We can continue stream rares. I don't know if we can make it up to that blue chest though, but we can try. Total Knight ruined. Aww. Because this is the last day of the event too, so... God, that's a lot of enemies. The only thing I can really do is put down a Templar and hope for the best. Should we start in the middle though, because then we'll get surrounded. If we start up here, we might get surrounded. I think this is probably the better choice, because you can put... I'll add some designations for you so to take those buffs if you want to, but you know, preferably we stick together. Whoops, that was the wrong marker. So I would say if you want to go for that buff, consider it like a strong unit. The same maybe with that one. You can do either a melee or a rogue. Rogues will definitely go for it, but yeah. Probably won't matter much, but consider putting some range in the back there. We'll add some space for some support here. These are going to be very high level. And then again, like it's a first map, so... But that doesn't mean that you can slack, because then we're just gonna lose the fight. Okay, so we were doing this thing. Copy paste. Copy pasta. So we need to add 50% to 30, so that's 45. Done that a couple times over, but it's easier when you say what you're doing to actually like figure out if it makes any sense. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's the first 30. And we need to add 2 more. Another 12, and then an additional 3 at the end. Just take this, right? There we go. just need to build this. And then we need to make the components required for this facility. That's a little bit of a different story. And this is where we needed the soil, because all this water is going to be in the way otherwise. Get all the water away. I've almost like completely drained the planet too, apart from a few strategic places where I sort of kept some water just to make sure. Because of course you can completely remove the water, and at that stage you need to find another, well, planet that has water on it if you want to harvest any more. Not meaning that you can exhaust the water in terms of harvesting it, mind you. But if you fill up all the lakes, there's nowhere to pump it out from. Like, you can't just dig a new ditch. There's no digging function in the game. Maybe I should take a glass of water. But generally speaking, like, this is just what you do. What I do. I just have like a massive facility just for pumping water in a small square lake, and this never empties. This is gonna stay forever, for as long as I don't fill it up, of course. But you know. Pew pew pew. Well, I'll be back. I'm just gonna get a glass of water. What did you... Oh, that was the last battle that you placed in epic artillery. Right. Be right back. Oh, I almost took the microphone with me there. My bad. Should just have moved it out of the way, shouldn't I? Okay. So let's actually just start designing the... one of the other factories we need. An epic closed beta warrior. Okay, interesting. Whatever that, I assume that's going to be a Stream Raiders beta. These crystalline components are going to be a pain because we're going to need a lot of them, and they take a long time to make. Okay, well, the question is, might just bury this freaking stone deposit there. Then again, don't know if I can actually make the space for it here. Let's see. So we're gonna need 2 factory setups for these microcrystalline components regardless. So if I even if I make them wider, I'm still gonna need twice those setups basically. So 3 inputs and 1 output, and they are made in an assembler, so three. Ooh, this is gonna be just barely fitting. Yep. 1 output. Ooh, just a tile to spare. Okay. So we can actually fit 1 line factory in here if we make it like this at least. That is like the only prerequisite, if you will. Okay. We take this to sign. It should stack now. Yep. But we don't want it here though. So I'm just gonna tear all this apart. And we're gonna rebuild it over here. The only reason I did it there was to make sure that it could fit past that freaking crude oils deposit, so. Okay, copy this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Damn, so many freaking epic units. Thanks for that. A lot of epic barbarians and berserkers. That's what we like. So this is like half of how long the factory is going to be. So if we do it twice this size, then it's going to be okay. Damn. Okay. Oh, I copied a bit too much. Let's try that again, shall we? Doesn't matter where we do it from. Well, actually it does. Oops. There we go, right? No. What? Let's try that again. Come on. This should be it, right? Yep. Okay, the question is, can I fit this one line in here and then keep the stone deposit as it is? I actually can. Okay. So a slight change of plans on how I want to do this. 1. Then we'll just move this across a little bit and then start it over here again. 2. And then we need to add another 3 in this direction, then we're good. Same result, but we're just gonna move the belts around, so... Ah, fuck's sake. Charge me fast. That's the danger of working around blueprints if you're not producing a lot of power on your mech itself. It will periodically run out. At least I can stand here and put down the blueprints now. So what was it? 3 more, right. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we cannot fit all, so I have to extend a little bit. Now we're also going to need to go and acquire some more build materials, but you know, that's the least of our problems. So probably going to be the soil. Like, it's always going to be the soil until I find a nice planet where I can harvest tons of that. So we just add you in there, then we just need to build this factory. So assemblers, I guess we might as well just take a bunch with us because we're undoubtedly gonna need a ton. Oh my god, that Dyson swarm is starting to be really bright now. We want to take a look at to see how the stats on that thing are doing. All the bells in the world. Too far. There it is. As long as we've got these, we should be okay. Okay, so now we're up, almost producing 1 gigajoule again. Dyson Sphere is making up for the majority of our power production as it is. But what was the demand on this planet? It was like 900 something from the ray receivers, so we can still put out a lot of panels and still make use of them. Yeah, this is high purity silicon and copper ingots, so base materials, in other words. And yes, we will need to duplicate this entire factory length again. We need to build it twice for the current factory setup anyway. Circuit boards are going to be a little bit easier because one factory produces 2 at a time, right? Yep. So if you normalize the inputs and you put down 2 belts for the outputs, then you don't only need to make 1 factory setup. So that one is the easy one. These are the annoying ones. Mostly just because this takes for bloody ever to build when you're like still earlier in the game. Which again, actually, no, we were making purple science. Once we start making purple science, we can research things again. Vertical launch silo. So this is probably one of the things that I want to get researched. It's gonna take a while before we can actually make these though, so maybe not that important. But this is one of the main things that we want, because this is what we need to make a Dyson Sphere. You make these carrier rockets, and then you launch them out of these launch silos, and then they transport the stuff needed for the Dyson Sphere into space. And then you build like a Dyson Sphere frame, and then it takes the solar cells that we're already adding to the Dyson Swarm, and then they sort of add them onto the Dyson Sphere when they can. When they have the things necessary, that is. Okay, so we need this research anyway before anything else. Oh, why can't we do that one? Oh, because we need this one. Makes sense. So what is this again? Plane smelter. So you can accelerate. Okay, so it's basically an ore smelter that does it at twice speed. Is this even necessary? Especially at this stage. A bit unsure, to be honest. It's like these assembling machines they're not really necessary for any of the setups that I've made because they don't do anything. The additional 50% does literally nothing. Since it's already normalized and everything. And min-maxed. So beyond that, it's literally just over here. Can make our battery bigger. View vein reserves in planetary systems. 6 light years away. We can upgrade our solar sail lifespan. Hopefully that might be some of our higher priorities. So if we upgrade those first so they last longer, we can do that a whopping 3 times. I think that might be what we want to do first. And then the veins for our ores, which do have no limit eventually. And then do we want to do logistics carry capacity or transmission efficiency? I think efficiency. And then we're like reaching the end of how much we can queue up, but that's okay. And we're gonna maybe do some, yeah, queue full. Then we're gonna do some personal upgrades at that stage. Okay, drones, do your thing. This is a hell of a long factory though. Kind of ridiculous. And the sad part is that until I make carbon nanotubes like more efficiently, this whole factory setup won't really run at max efficiency anyway, so this is just future-proofing the design. And this is where it gets a little bit wonky, right? Because don't know how I want to do this. Because we need to copy the whole factory across that we literally just finished. Let's do it here. Get rid of that. Pop it up. Take a look. Four, 6. Let's start with doing 1. And then squeeze it up as much as possible. This should do the trick. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, what? 1, 2. Oh yeah, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is half the factory length that we need. Yeah, and if I want those drills in there, then we got to be a little bit creative again. I think that's okay. Can always like fix that later if I want to, but I don't think I'll ever need to. This is just the same length, so all I really need is an additional 6 near the end. And then it's just as long as the other one. Oh yeah, I also need to make that connection in between, don't I? Let's get the blueprint down first and then worry about it later. Plop. There's plenty of space for me to put some of these down in between so I can charge myself. Because that's like reserved because of the vein further down in the oil. I guess that's also an oil vein, isn't it? Well, while it chugs along, why don't we try and figure out this situation here? Should honestly just to figure this out a little bit sooner, but meh. We're here now. Because now, of course, I have to build within the constraints that I put upon myself. Which... need to make sure that this actually goes somewhere. The same with this one. It's interesting that that works, but I'm not complaining. Another epic unit. Jeez, you guys are going fucking insane over there. Is it because everyone else is like holding off on Stream Raiders because the event is about to finish? I was kind of thinking if that might have something to do with it. I don't see why it wouldn't, or couldn't, rather. So yeah, if you need your tokens, this is definitely a place to get the last minute tokens. Guess we'll have to just do 2 logistics stations. Oh well. It's a drop in the bucket in the grand picture. So, especially at this stage, we're more than well set, I think. Oh. Power spike. Okay. Intriguing. Wonder what that's been provoked by. Strange. Oh, it's these stations. That's what it's been provoked by. These always eat up a fuck ton of energy. Yep. Total energy consumption is 21... Wait. T-joule? Okay. This is okay. As soon as these stations are fully charged, it shouldn't normalize again. Should. Might take a bit of time for it to realize. Oh, right. Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot that this up here is where it's charged at. My bad. So yeah. Once this is full, then it's not an issue. So it's gonna go down. Okay, so these things are all hooked up correctly. Still have to like build the bloody things, but we're getting there. There's also a huge patch on the planet that's just been taken up by this production now. Like Tumbles was saying earlier, when he did it, he also had to spend the entire planet like circumnavigate it or whatever. But this should work. We just have to hook everything up in the end as well. Let's just get a quick energy refill, I think. These are also not running at full efficiency, of course, so it's taking a little bit longer than normal, but Having multiple should still have an impact because all the power gets distributed evenly, right? So, though the individual thing charges me slower, they're still combined doing it faster. Might not be any reason to import those circuits here. We'll just keep it for now. But probably not. Alright, and that's also the very sad thing about this whole freaking circuit board factory. It's only for one output belt, and if we wanted to run the science lab at max efficiency, we needed two. Right? No, never mind, I'm an idiot. That's the... no. Yes, we need two. So we would effectively have to double this entire setup eventually, if we want to go there. It's important to get things right, and I don't always get things right. So when I make mistakes, I want to correct myself. But yeah, that's the reason why I haven't built those connections yet. I'm still thinking about how I want to do it. The main thing now, though, is that we can move on to the next factory. We can just plonk that down all the way along here, no problem. Yes. So that's this one. Ah, okay. Stream Raider says no. Just put ourselves over there for now. Okay, well, let's see what we've got for Stream Raiders. Got 29 units. Okay. Ooh. We have a lot of epic units though, so I'm hopeful that it's gonna go well. We're gonna go and give ourselves some haste over here though. Hoping to grab that buff, which is hopefully gonna be a buff before the enemy does. I know some of our other epic units definitely got a buff. Oh, we also did. Nice. Yeah, we should have this then. You got kind of wrecked up there though. For some reason my Templar's like wanting to one-on-one this. Oh, there's a buff for somewhere else maybe. Kurasana maybe get a buff? Hey, there you go. All our ranged units are getting backdoored while we're being distracted up there though. Not a big fan of that. No. It's a saint there giving us some magic shield stuff. Now I'm just like up in the left corner of the map just doing my own thing. A little bit worried about this. I mean, they're only level 5, they're getting one-shotted, but... Okay, that was a level 20. Urgh. Save me. The referees are stun-locking me. Ah, there's no way that the... Oh, man. Wow, what an AoE ability. Guess the Barbarian just does a lot of damage in AoE, huh? Hooligan's just like gonna stand there taking it. Okay. Well, we won. Here's some rewards for you. No monk scrolls for you there, Toto. I'm sure you're happy about that. Holy hell. Okay, that's a lot of dudes. bunch of them are going to be stuck for the most part of the battle. So if we want this buff, that might be a thing to go for. Something like that. And if you have an artillery, you can put it down on like these corners, of course, but I'm not going to mark that down because it usually doesn't end well. And by that I don't mean that it doesn't work, but people have a tendency to put down archers or other units that get outranged by the enemy and just get one or two shot it, and then it's not really worth putting down that extra unit. Then it's worth more adding it to the main group and then just getting critical mass, adding to the critical mass instead, in my opinion. Yeah, power consumption is still pretty high. We are still adding to the Dyson Sphere, or Dyson Swarm, but we're up to 22,000 solar cells now. So it's been like another additional 12,000 that's been added to this whole thing. That's nice. We're also reaching the generation capacity of it in terms of the ray receivers, so even if we added more solar cells, we would need to add more ray receivers in appropriate locations in order to actually make use of that. So for the time being, we're just gonna run on low power a little bit, I think. Okay, so circuit boards, that's the next thing that's up. Yeah, okay, I think I know how I want to build this up. 3 of those. And 1 of these. So, since we are going to need more circuit boards eventually anyway, I'm figured that kind of just want to make like a little bit of a larger setup here. Could have made it symmetrical, but I'm not going to bother. So, in goes there. Maybe I do want to make it symmetrical, because this is going to annoy the fuck out of me. Okay, you know, you can always have second thoughts. Let's make it symmetrical. It's only going to be like 1 tile in between that we're going to lose, but I think it's worth it for the sake of making it symmetrical at least. Because otherwise these belts are just going to be like this weird squids sort of like situation. I know we're losing an input. We're making it symmetrical too, but Screw that. Oh, that is actually a problem. Not too big of a problem, but it is a problem. Since I'm using this as a pass-through. There is a solution to that problem. Albeit a little bit of a brute force-ish one. That was hard to say for some unknown reason. And this is the fucking wrong thing. Sorry about that. But you cannot have... maybe we can also make this do double time. Yes, we can. Cool. Okay, because we would need a station anyway to do something along the lines of this. And it's like, what, 2 iron plates? Yes. So you're gonna be iron, you are gonna be iron. So slot 1 is gonna be iron. Iron pelates. They're all gonna be like demand. No supply here. Kill all our power. Dump in some vessels. And the other one is gonna be copper plates. So far, so good. Now this over here is gonna require copper plates as well. Well, silicon, but I mean, we could do it. Yeah. So if we also request those silicon plates here, then this can supply all of that stuff. All those 2 lines of factories. I guess 3 lines of factories. More epic units coming in. Holy crap. Guys are going nuts. That. That. And that. Bloop. Just about to say, I was a little bit worried, like where the heck was the output for that factory, but it was just like barely visible there on the left because of how tightly they're placed onto right next to the assembler there. Here we go, get some power. We're barely reaching the demand right now, but that's also because of those 2 additional stations here, suddenly requiring a lot of power to be drawn into the system. Okay, so these are already started producing, of course, but don't mind that. Okay. go. So let's copy this across from here, right? Yes. No. Not exactly. I was off by 1 from here then. Yes. Let's add the power pylon here. Have at least 50 interstellar logistics vessels in space. Okay. It's another achievement. I mean, a lot of the achievements are just going to be like, oh, wow, we did it. I'm kind of not surprised, but achievements are a little bit weird like that. It's always the hard ones that are the more interesting, the ones that you actually have to actively work towards. Everything else is just like, okay, whatever, you get them and you'll get them through. If you get an achievement for a regular playthrough, I don't really call it an achievement. I mean, it's still something you achieve, but it's not really something you were working towards achieving, right? It's just it's almost like a consolidation prize, because it's just like, oh, you participated and you just got it automatically. It's not like the specific challenges where, like, for instance, in Factorio, you know, build only thing or craft only things manually less than 111 times, and then everything else has to be automated. That's an achievement. So, since it's a 101, we just need 4 more modules of this. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is literally the whole factory setup. So in theory, I could make another setup rotated around eventually if I need more circuit boards fit in here, because I know that it most likely will fit. And then just have the stations in the opposite end, but otherwise the exact same setup. Should be okay. Oh right, I need to set this up to actually accept the circuit boards. There. So again, this is like a buffer, so then I want to draw out 2 circuit boards for the factory that we need locally, but we're producing more than we even need right here, so. Or do we? Yes, we do. Is these other things, these crystalline components, of course, those are the ones that are the nuisance, bane of my existence. Because we've got 2 factories of that. Wait, so we do actually have enough to run this. Right, but yeah. Yeah, so it's like you need 2 crystalline factory components and then 2 circuit boards. And the circuit boards take up like half the space of the crystalline components. And all this is just to make like one fully decked out line of these processors, which is still like, this should make a heck of a difference in terms of what we're trying to achieve, because it's for making the science. After all, but yeah, so that doesn't leave me with a lot of choice. Should have thought about this. Oh well, we're here now. Problem being that I need another station in here. There's no way around it either. Yeah, let's go and pick up some drones and think about this for a second. There's not really much to think about though. I don't have any other option. I need the station there because I need to transport some more goods in. Otherwise, I can't make those components that we need. Okay, let's recycle some of this junk. Let's keep one belt we don't need. More assemblers, always needed. Right, and it was these logistics vessel things that we need. Mostly just the logistics vessels themselves and the drones. Okay, there we go. That should keep us going for a while. And while we're here, because it's around here, right? Ah, there it is. We're just gonna get rid of some junk. Awesome. It's getting progressively harder and harder to navigate the factory setup, but oh well. It's just how it is. So for this factory, yes, okay, so silicon and copper ingots, and it's just a 2 and 1. Okay. I mean, it's not like you set up 2 separate things. It's all fit in there. Okay. Whoa. So for now, I suppose I might as well just put that straight in there, huh? Yeah, won't really make a difference at the current point in time. This goes around the corner here and needs to somehow be put down there. I have an idea on how to do that. Don't know. No, that won't work, right? No. Not like that, at least it won't. But if we do like this, then we'll at least be able to put it down there like that. But that's only one thing, of course. We have more similar things that need to be moved in. We can probably mirror that setup though, just to move the things down in elevation a little bit more tightly. Tight. This one though needs to go across the top, and once it reaches this point we can lower it down by 1 and then put it in there. It's gonna be a little bit of a mess, spaghetti wire kind of like setup here, but that's okay as long as everything else that needs to be expandable and upgradable is easy to do. Then I don't care if the inputs and outputs are a little bit spaghetti junction city. Interesting. Okay. Don't really need this actually. Conveniently. So we'll use this as a buffer just like regular other places, and as a station all in one, because we're overproducing for our current needs around here. So not only can we sort of send any extra that we are already making here somewhere else where it's needed, but if for some reason at some point this factory doesn't quite utilize all the circuit boards that we're intending it to, then that extra excess can also go to other places if we have a demand for some reason. Cool. So is that... So the processors are being added to here now, so we're doing both the materials that we need. So we're actually making purple science, which means we can start researching the next stage, or the next stuff. I don't know how you even want to like, what do you even want to call that? It's going to be a little bit slow due to the power though, which, well, this is for the entire thing. I want to see only the planet at a time. So here we're still kind of screwed on power. Probably because those stations are still charging up. It takes for bloody ever. That's another milestone down though. Yeah, we're not adding to the Dyson Sphere at the moment. Probably because we're not in any point. No, we actually might be, but we just don't have any solar sails, huh? Can't see. So just to make sure, why is it that these are not being produced? They're needing something. What is it? It's these things. Seems like they're running short on something that they need. I think we should probably go over and take a look. So we need prisms over here, and they are surprisingly enough running short on that. And the reason why I'm saying surprisingly is that that's not been a problem for the whole time that I've been playing, since I did make sure to make quite a substantial prism setup over here. Ah, but that's the problem. Glass. It's not getting stone. So we have a solution to this problem. A very easy one at that. It's just a matter of how I want to do it here, just to... because we don't want to quite remove all these mining drills yet. And my voice is dying. Well, okay. Guess I don't really have much of a choice than to put the station down here or something. Don't really need it on that one side. I'm just going to do it on one. I think that's going to be fine. Oh. Okay. I'm noticing something over here though. Stone, where art thou? There. Local and remote demand. Add some drones and stuff to this sucker. Then power the bloody thing, killing our energy production. Let's also go the extra mile and make sure that everything here is tea-free. Not like we need to, but that should make expanding of this a little bit easier. Yeah, well, I say that and then I look at how much space is there and then there's none. There we go. I think as long as these factories get the stone they need, then that should hopefully be enough for these prism factories. Can of course do a little bit of maintenance on this too, upgrade them up. Factors themselves to T2 and then the sorters to T3 if I can grab them. There we go. Upgrade, upgrade. Yeah, they're running at like 25% efficiency, which is not good. That's definitely very slow for what they could be doing. And I know right now adding more is only gonna worsen the power consumption problem, but hopefully that's gonna mean that in the long run it's gonna be less of an issue. Because it's just because they've run dry on those prisms, I presume. So if we produce something, then we might be okay. Produce something. If we produce enough to just get that production up again for the solar sails, then it'll gradually pick up speed. So this is where the prisms are going, and those are being used on the solar sails directly. It's photon combiners, that's what they're called. And they're being sent right into this station, and considering that there's nothing built up here, we need way more than this. That's like a whole production chain that's also going to take up a lot of space, so I don't know if it's going to be on this planet or on another one at some later point. Because eventually you do have that issue of power generation where if you're not running combustible fuel, even the I guess we could have more of these ray receivers. But would it matter? No, not really. Because the generation capacity for a Dyson Sphere, or Swarm, doesn't quite even meet our current demand in terms of what the ray receivers can produce, so there's not really much reason for it. Yeah, and our science production is just chugging along here and consuming a ton of power in return, most likely. But we're going to be upgrading the solar sails lifespan, so they hopefully will last longer. Or they will last longer, but hopefully them lasting longer is going to have a big enough effect. Let's try and put down a defensive buff here this time. See how that's going to go. Had a pretty good winning streak today for a good amount of hours, so eventually our luck's going to run out though, right? Usually does. That's a lot of enemies. A lot of critical mass. My epic unit's about to die. Then we've just got our own like ranged DPS units just taking pot shots at these guys and they can't do shit about it. Pretty good. Pretty good. We're not out of this yet though. We have 15 units and they have 37. And they're loose. Loose like a goose. Hopefully our remaining units are going to do it justice. Those buffs might be a problem though. Ah, there we go. This monk is leading us. It's not like the enemy's going to backdoor us. They're just confused on where to go because of the walls. That's fine because that means we get to take them almost out one by one. Down to 12 units. We have 2 buffs though, so this should be more than fine. Yeah. Wreck them. Oh fuck, I didn't even... I didn't expect that. Oh my god, this is gonna take forever. That tank's warrior's like, yeah, fucking screwed. But we still have like an epic musketeer here. Oh my god, they're gonna go through here. Oh, the AI is gonna be so freaking confused now. Oh no. Oh, there's a timer now. I've never seen that happen before. The match has lasted so long that there's a timer? What? It is like the most units win? The fuck? Okay, interesting. So do you get some gold, and Ketsusana, you also get some gold. Unless it's Ketsusane. I don't know how to pronounce it. But I hope it's halfway there to being decently okay. Decently right. This is probably going to be the last Dream Raiders fight though. And then we're going to end the stream. That's also a very long stream though. I've been streaming for 7 hours today, jeez. Time flies. It's been good with a long, good stream again though. I've been missing these. Well, since this is the last one, which unit should I put down? All my legendary units, apart from a few, are like on cooldown, so maybe an artillery. So if we huddle up around here or something, trying to get that ball. Get some melee unit in. If we place them here, they're gonna definitely go for the ball and not the enemy. Because there's nowhere else to go. Is the idea at least. Some kind of melee unit that can go over and take that ball as well. It's like a steampunk kind of like Centurion. Ooh, an epic Centurion there. Thanks for that. See what else we have on the map, if there's anything we can do opportunistically. Nope, pretty much just those 2 buffs. Alrighty. Give us a little bit more space to work with. And we'll check back on that in half an hour. Okay. Well, our science is chugging along, although slowly it is chugging along. All of these labs are working too, it's just they are not running at full power. And you know, I could do this. Oh god. Oh god. I forgot how tall these get. Just gonna leave that one for now, just as some this is a funny weird quirk. Guess we can go and make the rest of this factory just so that it is there. And now that we're making this purple science, we can take a look at generating more power, probably. Which... is it not on here? There it is. Oh yeah, you can also make hydrogen fuel rods. I forgot about these. Why have I not made these yet? God fucking damn it. Should totally have made these a long time ago. But I guess we might as well make deuteron fuel rods. Because we have all the material for it. In one convenient location. The other thing that we need deuterium for is these strange matter. They can be used for graviton lenses, which can also be used for making space warpers. But this fuel we can also put into a generator. So instead of just stockpiling it all for personal consumption, you can also fuel your base with it. Which might actually be something we want to do. I'm not sure though. But there's definitely only one way of figuring out. Just give it a go. Huh. And we can also try and set up a production for these. Ah, we need the fucking accumulators, okay. Accumulator, schmoomulator. Here we go. Well, that's that factory set. Done. Well, most of it anyway. We just need to duplicate half of this, mirror it, or just put it over there if it fits. That's not now though. There's no need for it, I don't think. It's way overkill. Science is still going along pretty well, pretty quickly, all things considered. This though, solar sails. There's like multiple ways of making graphene. Because the normal recipe is a little bit annoying. Sulfuric acid, which needs stone, fine fuel, and water. This means that it's dependent on the oil deposits on this planet being refined first. And... oh, they now last 2 hours. Okay, nice. Why is that an achievement? That's just a piece of research. The coal is coming in over here making graphite, which is being in turn used for making graphene. It's like everything is, of course, dependent on power production, so... Geez, even more fucking epic units, you crazy motherbuckers. Well, epic units definitely gotta make it easier. Definitely gotta make it easier. It's not that I'm not used to seeing epic units, but today for some reason just strikes me as being a lot more than I usually see. Let's just put it that way. Within like a short period of time. Especially like judging by chat history, so it's just interesting how that is. Sulfuric acid going this way and into the graphene production. Well, maybe I need to make that whole setup with sulfuric acid again somewhere else. Or what is actually going on? So it's like the graphite here is not enough. Of course, they are not running at full efficiency, mind you, but this is also not the biggest of factories, so this could be much larger, so they definitely don't have enough graphite. Intriguing. Can we do something to remedy this issue at the current point in time, though? Are we making graphite somewhere so that I can just move it over? Let's try something at least, because this is painful to watch. So first, let's take this station here. And this is going to be annoying as hell, but there's nothing I can do to really make this less painful. Oh, I think I know how to do this now. So we put that there. No, wait, we need more space. Immediately regret that decision. Okay, so let me put down the first part of this plan, I guess. So firstly, we're gonna need 3 of these. Then we're gonna need our transportation hub. I think it has to be placed there, maybe. Oh, that's very interesting how that works. Didn't know you could do that. So, my first plan... Oh shit. First plan was to feed these into a station as a buffer and then just pass them through. But I have had a change of heart, so now we're making like a station merge thing instead, prioritizing the local production plant here, but otherwise requesting in more outside graphite for this production here. So local and remote demand, so we are making it somewhere. Thought so. There we go. So that should be enough for fueling these chemical plants here. And I know that this graphene has been like building up and such. I'm also noticing that we're just merging the graphene. It's kind of funny. Where is it even going? So it's going there and then it's being split off. Okay. Can we do something? I mean, we can always do something, but can we do something smart and clever? These all empty? I think they might be. No veins. Okay. So all the stone here has finally been collected. So this whole freaking clusterfuck of belts and stuff. Yeah, get rid of that. Thank you very much. Another HIPIC unit, jeez. Okay. Very nice. A Michelle bomber, wait. Okay. I've been in Michelle's chat before. Not a lot, but a little bit. So I think we can just get rid of these, honestly. Because those went up here. And when and where did they go? Crap. I lost track of where that stone went. Oh, it went further up. That's where it went. I was just about to say, I'm pretty sure that, yeah, they go over here to these, so I can also remove this entire setup here now. Nice, nice. No more making silicon out of rocks, at least right now. It's just nice getting rid of this freaking spaghetti junction here. All these splitters that I had to put in just to make this work. Different kind of tier belts all over the place. This is nice. Look at this. Clean. Okay, so that takes care of that stone deposit, which was a little bit of a all of a sudden kind of thing. But that does mean that we got rid of some belts and stuff. The question is, should I just feed the graphene through to like a station or something? It's going through here up to the solar sails. And we could actually, yeah, could do this and then take the graphene there instead. Do like a local and remote demand, because that future-proofs this particular factory, even though it's very small, but it's a factory at least. Then where does this other one go? I think that just goes over to... yeah, that probably just goes over to the main production plant where we're building all the structures for those few things that need it there, so this can just stay. Don't particularly mind it. It's not like I'm going to build a factory in here anyway. But it does tell me that we can probably split off this situation over here in a bit more of a clever way and feed it into a station. Assuming that we can actually build one, that is. Because those EMI cannons kind of limit that a little bit. And then we also have another station right here, so... And I don't want it too close to the grid line to the next grid either. I know I'm really picky where I put my things down, eh? Okay. Such is life. So this is what I'm thinking, putting the graphene through here and just making one like sort of access point that takes it back out again and then just feeds it into that long ass conveyor, just so we don't have to fly it across, because there's no need to expend that power when that belt isn't going anywhere. Oh, and I remember now. That's the reason I didn't want to do it like as a export thing. I wanted to do this. Which is almost the same thing, but not quite. This just allows us to prioritize one of the lanes to go like somewhere particular. Now we can use the graphene here. Oh. It's already being put in there. Wait, how did I miss that? Oh, for fuck's sake, because these factories down here. Oh. 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 And I know exactly why this is the case too. It's because this is used for the carbon nanotubes. So this is actually one of the places where we want to request the graphene, not like we want to demand it. So we're actually sending it over there. Oh, this is dumb. Okay. Dragon is hypothesizing on what to do about that situation. Because we're literally just flying it from over here to right next to. Just because there's a bit of an overflow. Well, I guess we are like... we can do this. That way it prioritizes putting it up in there manually. It does still mean that half of it does get occasionally sent down here and doesn't get returned. I mean, we could do something to fix that fairly easily. Yeah. Does involve removing that though. So this is not here. So we're just gonna reconnect that. I guess we can remove this. So we just still have like a station there, but it's not really gonna do much. The rest of the overflow that we want to make use of. Let's try and see. Yeah, this should work. Just need to bring it over here. There we go. Then we set this thing here to prioritize the lower output. There we go. So this is effectively, yeah. This is dumb. So I don't really need that station then. Because, yeah. We can do one of two things here. We can do the 100% solution, which would be this, or we could have fed it in directly to the belt up there. We're gonna do the full thing, goddammit. So it's not gonna do much of a difference, but it's gonna do a little bit. So now all the graphene just goes through to the end before it continues onwards. And literally the only thing it allows us to do is to do this. What we do is we prioritize feeding it back to the station. But if we ever manage to fill this station up, any excess can still be used for the main factories down the line. Like, that is not an issue. It's just, I hardly think this is ever going to happen. Or be relevant, or anything. But, it's a thing now. And we also actually need to do that with the other one, now that I think about it. Because the only thing that it does is that these two factories are just not contributing at the moment. That's literally it. just need to figure out how to do this the most efficient way, I guess. There we go. Feed that in here instead. There we go. So let me get these things right though. So this one is going to prioritize the rightmost output. This one is going to prioritize the feedback. So now all these factories are contributing to the station up here, and there's no build up at the end. Even if it does mean running all the stuff over the same distance twice. But the main reason why that is just because of this coal deposit in the middle here. Had that not been there, this whole belt situation here wouldn't have been as chaotic. The main point is though that this does indeed work. And these graphene factories are, I assume, not even running at full capacity, but it's like running out of space here, so there are a few things you could do about that, but I think the easiest is just to make another factory, really. I have an idea. It's a bit of a weird one, and normally not something that I would do, but we're gonna do it anyway. So because we have the room for a station right here, coincidentally, I'm gonna put that down there, give it all the ships and the power and all that shenanigans. We're gonna need no, that's dumb. That's actually really dumb now that I think about it. Because the graphite here is actually already being sent across from somewhere else. Like it's been hauled in over here. Yeah, so let's use that station instead. So what I was thinking is that you could just make a station at the end of this, and then everything that passes through the factory and doesn't end up used gets put in the station for other places to be used. But I think that's a bit of a hack job of a solution, if you can call it that. So instead, I think the better solution would be to take it from here, from the source, and feed it through this station here, so that any sulfuric acid here actually gets sent out into the system. Because it's just sulfuric acid and graphite to make graphene, so since I'm already supplying graphite from somewhere else and we have more than enough of that, the only bottleneck is like the sulfuric acid, I guess, and power. Power production is definitely a key factor too, but I don't know, actually, does it even matter? Would it even make sense to add like a sulfuric, where even am I? There. Sulfuric acid dispensary here. Oh, they're short something. What are they short on? Is it? It's not water. Oh, it's refined fuel. Okay. So what's going on with the refined fuel? Because that's from this place here. Oh yeah, this is a very small factory too. This is an interesting setup that I made. Oh yeah, we are transporting refined fuel in. Locally. Only locally though. That's perfectly fine considering we're probably just producing it on this planet anyway. But yeah, we need more refined fuel. Okay. So that's probably taking a look at this over here. Yeah, so this is where the other refined fuel is going in. This factory is much bigger than the other one, but a lot of these are not running at the moment. And that is because they don't have oil, I presume. Yeah. It's like no oil coming in whatsoever. Okay. So that tells me that I need to go out and exploit all these oil deposits out there. Maybe that's something I should do. That's fairly easy to do. And we can just use the local stations and drones because I don't really need anything else. Don't need to send oil away from the planet, so let's just do that, eh? Oh, but the oil. Oh, that's one. Let's see if we can add some more. There's a bunch here, but they're all connected to their own transport hubs. There's another one. And this is the main reason why I've been putting it off. It's like, oh, you just gotta fly around a lot. You don't feel like you're doing much, but, you know, realistically speaking, you are kind of doing a lot. Or you're achieving a lot, at least. Another epic unit? Jeez. You guys are fucking going mental over there. What? How are those buildings failing to place? I think it's because I'm holding down left click and then dragging away just at the last second. Probably don't even need to do two, do I? Right at the last moment too of that epic unit, holy crap. Let me just park myself here. That is also, oh yeah, that's also the last fight for today, huh? Sadly. Do have some interesting units here. Debo Dragon, okay. This Archer looks pretty dope. Is that a... oh, that's a dragon. Interesting. That's a vampire. Okay, so a vampire dragon, I guess. Alright, enough faffing about. Let's figure out what to do here. The fuck is this? That's funny. That's pretty funny. Goofy looking one. Should we just do some haste, maybe? It would either be that or cursing some random units and then maybe not get use out of it, so... Yeah, I think we got this. No problem. Cool. So slow down here. Wow. Blop. Oh yeah, I forget the Centurion doesn't do a lot of damage exactly. Cool, we did it. Here are the last rewards on the stream. Toto, you get some gold. Ketazani, you get a Barbarian Scroll. And Charisma 1 gets a Centurion Scroll. And that's unfortunately it for today. Did make it fairly close to that blue chest, but I should probably have like estimated. But it would be either that or no Stream Raiders at all from that point on. And we might as well get the tokens, right? So hopefully you got some extra tokens out of this. Yeah, see you later as well, Toto. Well, let's finish off this thing though. Doing a little saving. I don't know if I'm gonna be on can you say so successfully? If I'm gonna be on Kyo's Minecraft server later. It kind of took the fun out of it trying to get that whole machine working yesterday, and yeah, with it not working, I just got so sad. Spending what 4 or 5 hours trying to get something to work on a Sunday, and then it didn't even work. So I don't think we have anything major in terms of credits or anything, but if you're watching and you feel like you want to see some more on another stream and be reminded, you can leave me a follow, of course, or if that's not your style, you can also join our Discord, of course. That's also an option. You can find the link for the Discord either on my panels, on my Twitch page, or in chat. If you type in !Discord, of course, you can also get the link that way. So, without further ado, I think we're just gonna end it here. Is there anyone we wanna raid? Anyone in particular? Because then we can do that. Might be just enough to do that. I only have 2 people over here that I could see, and I don't think any of them we want to raid. Unless you guys want to see some art. Miniature painting, that is. Because we can do that. He's having a potty break at the moment though, but we could go and do that. I think Loki knows exactly. Yeah, exactly, Loki. Art good. Yeah, so let's do brush for hire. Why don't we? So without further ado, see you over there, and thanks for this time.